cut off, but hopefully it won't happen again. There's no more thunder. I do not hear any thunder anymore. Earlier I was, but now I don't hear anything. Hopefully it will not no rain again. So again, I would like to welcome all of you to your language training 101. Okay. Um, Let me just again introduce myself. Uh, that There's my picture. I apologize. I don't have my video or camera on. It's because my background is a bit. It, it, yes, it's full of toys, and I don't want to. I don't want everybody to see all of the toys that I have right now. But probably tomorrow I'll try. But here's my picture. This is me. Again, Mary already informed you earlier how we met. We've been together. We've known each other for a long time. We were on the same wave back in our previous company before. Uh, yeah, I think it is 2006. Yes, it is 2006 of August. Is it August? Yes, it is August. That was 2006. That's how long we've known each other. Okay. And like Mary said, I've worked my way up. A customer representative, and then a trainer apprentice or a flex trainer, and then a trainer, and then a training supervisor, and then now a training manager. So um, something interesting about me, like what Mary said, we're into toys. My partner and I are into toys right now. That is our business. Um, I don't want to say the name, but yeah, we sell online. Okay, so there. What do I do during my free time right now? Of course, just cleaning and helping out with the toy business. And I am still currently working. So this is a part time for me, and I am grateful for Mary for giving me that, because of course we know this is additional. So there. So that's me. I know that we are a lot today. So I'm not sure if we would be able to introduce each other, but I would like to hear your voices. Okay, we'll do that later on. Just house rules, guys. Okay, please be on time all the time. Since we're just, especially here in the language training, it's just going to be 2 hours, and this is just going to run for 5 days. So hopefully that everybody will be here. No, no interruptions. So please keep your mobile phones in silent or off. Um, Again, guys, this is something for you that you would be able to benefit. So we hope that you'd be here always, okay, all day. Not really all day, sorry, but throughout the week that we have scheduled. Okay. Again, like what Mary said earlier, participation, learn and enjoy the exercises. Okay, because that's how we will actually be able to practice. Okay, so learn and enjoy the exercises. Again, English only policy. Okay, so we would like all of you, of course, to speak English. Okay, from now on. This is for you to be able to practice, guys. Because for you to be able to, speak fluently, is for you to practice it. Okay, for you to always do it. Okay, because if you're only going to do it when somebody's talking to you, then that's going to be hard. Okay, it's going to, especially if you're just going to talk, the only time that you will speak in English is when you are talking to customers or to clients, or if you are in an interview, because you're not going to be able to practice, you're not going to be able to set your mind to speak the language. Okay, so I need you to speak in English. I know some of you are, it's a Filipino way that you say po and opo. Please disregard that for now. Again, do not use any vernacular for now. There will be times wherein I will call on you. So it would be like on the number three, the number three we have there. It says participation. So don't be afraid. Okay, don't be afraid because this is the time for you to practice. If there's a pressure or there's stress, okay, so be comfortable, ask questions. Okay, I would really love if you would, ask questions, and we will, if I don't know the answer, we will search for it together. We will learn it, we will be able to learn it together. Okay, share your thoughts. If you think that I have incorrect information, I would rather you tell me. Okay, again, this is sharing. Okay, so we will learn together. And of course, listen. Okay, listen. Stay focused. Okay, I know that it's going to be hard, especially because right now we're all at home, we're doing tons of stuff. But as much as possible, I would like you to stay focused. Okay, be respectful. Why? Why is be respectful included? This is because, of course, there will be times wherein people would be able to mispronounce words. So please don't make fun of them. Okay. Again, we are all here to learn. Okay. So be respectful. And of course, have fun. Okay. Have fun. That's very important because, like what I said, we don't want you to get too pressured. Okay. We're all learning here. You know how it is right now. All of the things that we're doing is online. So, it's easier to learn things if you're having fun. If you're not having fun at all, maybe this is not for you. If you feel that it's really hard, okay, maybe this is not for you. However, what I want you to think about is how will you be able to know, or how you'll be able to be confident in speaking the language if you will not try, right? So you have to try. You have to practice. Okay, again, practice, practice, practice. Right? Okay. Okay, like what I said, I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but because I would like to hear your voices. We have 60 participants right now. Um, I'm not sure how we're going to do this, Mary, but would can we pass? I don't know. Okay, all right. Yes, that's right. Because I would like to hear, some of you talk. Okay. So let's see the participants are here. There's a lot. I love it. Okay. Um, sorry about that. Let's see. Uh, let me let me pause it first. Yeah, let's see. Uh-huh. Yeah, I paused my screen so that you won't be able to see what how I'm picking. Yeah, how I'm picking. Okay, let's hear from. I see a lot of women. Mm, Yes, which is, like what I said, you take advantage of this, you take advantage of this because this is how it's an additional, additional money for us. So learn as much as you can. So the first one that I would like to hear from is Giselle Makutay.
Hello, did you
Hi,
hear me?
Giselle.
Ah,
Yes.
will I turn on the video or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. You can just introduce yourself, like what is showing on the screen. Personal information, work experience, hobbies.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jason Blaze Makutay. I work as a civil engineer for 5 years, and now I am shifting myself as a virtual assistant or a social media marketer. Uh, I shift to this kind of business because in my in line of professional attainment is I need to what do you call this? I need to have a work inside that is far away from my home right now, and I want to stay with my baby. And as a pastime, I do also have online shop, more on Shopee. I do sell garments and other stuff. And a part of that, I still learning and do some webinar aside from this for me to attend for my business, which is the becoming a virtual assistant and a social media marketer.
Very good. Very nice. All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the next participant, next candidate. It's like Binibining Pilipinas. Okay. Let's now hear from Miss Lexi Lorenzo.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon, Coach. Okay,
Good
I'm Lex.
afternoon.
I'm Lexi May Lorenzo, 25 years old. I've been an HR professional for 5 years, and I resigned last August 1 to shift to being a freelancer. And my hobbies during my free time, I usually watch YouTube videos about work from home tips and others, and of course, watching Netflix. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. Okay. Maybe we can do five, right, Morose? Okay. Um, okay, the next one I would like to hear from Isabel Santiago.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon. Yeah, so my name is Isabel Santiago, so you can call me Niza. I'm 31 years old. I am married and I have one child. Um my work experience, I've been a manager for 8 years in a fast food company, in a fast food restaurant. So I resigned last January, and until now, so since January 2020 until now, I am a full-time housewife. Yes. Hello. Sorry. Hello. 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 Okay. So should I repeat introducing
No, it's
myself?
okay. Yeah,
Okay,
continue.
okay. So I am sorry. Sorry. I've been a manager for 8 years in a fast food restaurant, and so I resigned last January 2020, and since then I've been a full-time housewife. My hobbies. So my hobbies is watching Netflix and watching several webinars regarding freelancing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Um, Next, let's hear from Miss Pauline Liagas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Hello.
you.
I'm from Mariladas. I'm from Bicol region. Uh, I work as a sales and marketing executive at an automotive company. I switched to work from home jobs as a insurance consultant. And my hobbies are watching movies, um, listening to music. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So, yeah, upon hearing, most of us, I think, are, um, work from home, housewife, have two kids. I can hear the background that there are kids in the background, which is fine. This is something that we do right now. Okay, so most of the participants, but I would like to hear one more person. Is there? Let's see. I see someone. How about Rupert Pascual?
I can speak for my families. And I do
Good afternoon, Coach.
Hello.
activities.
Can you hear me, bro? My name is Rupert Josh A. Pascual, and I'm from Las Piñas City, and I'm 19 years old. And currently, I am studying at Adamson University, currently second year, as taking mechanical engineering. And as of now, I don't have any professional work experience, but I had worked from my uncle from for my uncle before as from his e-commerce business, but that was just simple helping job. And hello, I'm sorry. Hello, and my hobbies are playing playing video games and reading books, especially the self development books. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rupert. So I would just like to hear from the guys as well. Okay. It's not only for women here, but I would also like to hear from men. All right. So, okay. So it's actually a diverse participants that we have right now, which is very good because we're from all walks of life and I guess the age as well. Okay, like Rupert, only 19. Okay, since of course we wanted to take this opportunity to learn. So from time to time, like what I said, there will be times that I would call on you so that you would be able to speak and to talk. Okay, so there. So let us continue. Okay, so there. I apologize for my background if you can hear my son laughing. It's part of work from home, but yes, that's normal, especially at this hour. The kids are still awake and playing at this hour, so I apologize. So from time to time, I would just mute, especially if he's going to shout. So okay, uh, yeah, he's playing. Actually, he's watching YouTube, so let him. All right. So training coverage. What we'll be able to learn. Okay. Of course, the first one is accent neutralization. Okay. Accent neutralization. A second, customer service skills. We're also going to tackle customer service skills. And then the third is, of course, U.S. culture and geography. Okay, we will just tackle some of their culture so that, of course, if they talk to you outside of or speak regarding, outside work, then you'd be able to know what they are trying to say. Okay, so we'll tackle a little bit about U.S. culture and geography, but most of the training would be on accent neutralization. That's what we're focusing on. Okay, so language proficiency, what's in it for me? So that's the question. What's in it for me? This is for us to learn how to acquire neutral pronunciation. Okay? Learn how to acquire neutral pronunciation. This is because, of course, if we are talking to clients, we would like to be able to speak in a neutral accent. We don't want to speak in an accent that is too Filipino or too regional. Okay, we want to acquire neutral pronunciation. Okay, the next is be able to think in English. Okay, be able to think in English. What does that mean? Okay, for you to be able to really speak the language, you have to think in English already. Okay, because sometimes, of course, we Filipinos, what we tend to do is literally translate words in Filipino in our mind in English. Okay, now when you put that together into a sentence, it's only us Filipinos who understands it. Okay, if you are not a Filipino, or if the one listening to you is not a Filipino, they'll be having second thoughts of what you're trying to say. That is why we already need to practice to think in English, right? Next, be able to confidently speak English. Be able to confidently speak English. Okay, again, for us to be able to speak the language or to speak it, just to um, talk confidently, practice, practice, practice. All throughout this training, that is what you're going to hear from me, the word practice. Okay, and this is the only way for us to be able to really, be confident of what we're saying. Okay. All right. Let us discuss first Filippinism. What is Filippinism? Filippinism is a linguistic usage specific to or typical of the Philippines, such as open the light, switch on the light, captain ball, okay, Vian, okay. So Filippinism. We'll talk about Filippinism more. These are some examples that we have for Filippinism. Open, close the light, TV, computer. Okay, what do you think is the correct usage? Or what do you think is the correct how you're going to say this? Open, close the light. It shouldn't be open, close the light. We Filipinos, this is how we do it, or this is how we say it. Can you please open the light? Okay, how are we going to do that, right? It's not really open the light. Yes? Yes, I can see in the chat. There's a lot. Turn on, turn off. Very good. Or switch on, switch off. Good job. Okay. The next one that we have, no parking on both sides. Is there somebody who would like to talk? because I can hear background earlier. So anyway, no parking on both sides. What does that mean? No parking on both sides. Okay, when you say no parking on both sides. Yes, yes, I can see it, which is fine. That's okay. We'll just probably you know, uh, call on names when it's time to practice. I guess this is, better if they double parking is not allowed. Okay. What else? What's wrong with this sentence? No parking on both sides. What do you think is wrong with this sentence?
Hi, Miss Lynette.
Hi.
I think it's no parking on either sides. Is that
That's
correct?
yes, no parking on either sides. Why? Can you park your car? Are you, your you personally, you can you park, your car in both sides? Of course not. Either sides because you're just one. Okay. So it should be no parking on either side. Okay. Thank you. Or just no parking, right? No parking. That's correct. And the next word that we have, or the next sentence that we have for Filipinoism, I slept late. Of course, we Filipinos understand this. No, we know this. Okay. However, if you are talking to your client, you just say, I slept late. Okay. It actually doesn't make sense to them, right? I slept late. It doesn't make sense. Why? You should put the subject there when you say I slept late because of, okay, or I stayed up late last night, okay, or because you're talking about sleeping, I went to bed late, okay, I went to bed late. But if you say I slept late, period, okay, only us Filipinos will understand that, okay. You say I slept late last night, I overslept, you can say that too. All right. Next one that we have, I'm not coming to the party. Again, Filipinos, we understand this. I'm not coming to the party. Yes, that is the correct one. Princess, it says I'm not going. It should be I'm not going to the party. Okay. When you say coming, it's going near you. Okay. It's going near you. So if you're not coming to the party, okay, that's incorrect usage. Okay. Or I'm not attending the party. Very good. Angelica, okay, I'm not going to the party. Okay, it should be not going. It's not coming. Because when you say coming or when you say the word coming, it's going towards you or near you. Don't count me in. That's right. Okay, don't count me in. I'm not invited, so I'm not going. Okay. Yes, no invite. All right. I'll take a rain check expression. I'm not joining. Yep, yep. Okay, very good. Hey, time first. Okay, we usually hear this you know, in kids. Okay, hey, time first.
May magulo kasi ako dito. Paano kaya ako magta-type?
Go on mute, please. The only time that you unmute is, of course, when we call on your name so that you can talk. Okay, for a moment. Okay, there. Okay, give me a moment. Wait a sec. Time freeze. Time freeze. Okay. No. So of course the correct word is time out first. You can use that. A time out first. I'm going to get water. But when you say time first, it's just us Filipinos, especially when we were kids. Time first. Okay, that's how we do it. Okay. So there. That's how we do it. Very good. Wait a second. Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right. Next, it will be traffic. What's wrong with this? It will be traffic. Again, this is Filipinianism. It will be traffic. Traffic is bad. Very good. It should be traffic is bad. Why? Because traffic, the word traffic itself, guys, it's a noun. Okay. And we Filipinos use it as adjective. So you use it as noun. Okay. Traffic is bad. That's correct. Okay. Heavy traffic. Yes, it is correct. Okay. There's a question there. Is heavy traffic correct? Yes, when you use heavy traffic, you're pertaining to the flow of the vehicles. Okay, traffic itself is the flow of the vehicles. So if you say traffic is heavy, then you know, as we Filipinos understand it, it's traffic. Okay, but when you say traffic, it's actually the movement of the vehicles. Okay, or the movement of the people. Okay, when you say traffic is light, traffic is heavy. Okay, that's correct. But it will be traffic, it's incorrect. Okay, because we're already putting the motion into the word traffic. Again, mm, you have to take note the traffic because here in the Philippines, that's how we understand it. When you say traffic, automatic, it's the heavy flow. No. Okay, so there. Traffic is congested. Okay, that's correct. Subject verb agreement should be used. Okay, so there. Next, this is the long cut, not the shortcut. It should be the long way. Okay, that's correct. Again, we Filipinos understand this. But if, Americans are listening to us, they probably be laughing because this is it's literal translation. It should be the long way. Okay? It's the next one that we have is it's taken care of. It's taken care of. So I guess the question here is what is wrong with the picture? Or what is wrong with this sentence? I took care of it. That's right. It's taken care of. Okay, but what's wrong with this sentence? What do you think is wrong with this sentence? You can write it. It's been taken care of. Yes, taken, took. Okay, taken and cared are both past. So that's correct. Very good. Wow, we have I don't think that they need this language training anymore, Mary. Okay, on how they're writing their answers. They already know the subject verb agreement. They already know past participle, right? Very good. Okay, I'll repeat again. I'll repeat again. Of course, why? Again, redundancy. Good job. Okay, redundancy. Mauling. How about mauling? Of course, here in the Philippines, we use that. Filipinism, mauling, shopping, okay, or window shop. Okay, I'm going to the mall. All right, so there. Of course, we know this, okay, Filipinos. However, if you say this to Americans, okay, sometimes they would ask you, "What do you mean by mauling?" Yeah. Get a free gift. Get a free gift. What does that mean? Get a free gift. Yes, it means for us Filipinos, we know that it's free gifts or get a gift or discounts. It's a free gift. But the sentence itself is incorrect. It's because gift is already free. Do you buy, for yourself a gift? I mean, gifts are already free, so there. But of course, this is used in malls. This is used in, anywhere that there's a free item. Okay, you can actually use that free item instead. However, sometimes it's a, it's uh what do you call this? It's PR already when when you put, free gift, right? So there. Next week. Okay, next week. Yes, we use this. We understand this. Even Americans, we hear them say this. However, the correct word should be the week after next. Okay, the week after next, next week, or 2 weeks from now, right? So there. Week after next is better. How about, okay, the next one that we have, fast, or fats, homeworks, stuffs, foods. No S. Why? Because there's no plural forms for these words. This is one of the things, especially in the call center industry. There are, of course, people, or, agents that who would still use, like, information, no plural form. Okay, it's already a collective noun. Yes. All right. Can be collective. Yes. Can be singular or plural depending on how it is being used in a sentence. That is correct. And then the last one that we have is I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead. What's that? I'll go ahead. Okay. We Filipinos, I need to go. That's the correct usage. We I'll go first. I'll leave. Okay. I'll go ahead. Okay. Again, this is, these are words that we often use. And some Americans already understand what we're trying to say. This is because they can hear this already and they already know how to translate it, maybe what you're trying to say. But of course, what we're trying to at least, um, understand here, or use here, actually, is the correct usage. I'm sorry, my headphones. Okay, the correct usage of the sentence. Okay, as much as possible, we don't want to be colloquial on how they hear us as well. Why? Because sometimes if we use colloquial sentences or words with our our clients, there will be times wherein they would already talk that way, and there are words that you won't be able to understand anymore. Okay. What we're trying to do here is we want to keep it as professional as possible. Okay. We want you to use words that would be, or to respond, to speak to your clients, that is, professional. That's what we need to do. Okay. Yes, there will be times wherein you'd already be talking like you're already like, best friends, because you have a client, you're talking to a client that's you've spoken probably twice, thrice already. However, we want to at least be professional on how we talk over the phone. All right. Okay. Let's resume. Okay. You know you're Pinoy when, okay, this is, Filipinos. You point with your lips. All right. That's how we do it. And of course, yeah, we can see this already in some vlogs that, I have watched, wherein they know that you are Pinoy when you do this. Okay? They know where you're coming from when you do this. When we point with will, it's there. Okay, you point with your lips instead of you're saying it's on top of the table. It's on top of the table. We Filipinos, we just, point with our mouth, or with our lips, for that matter. Next, you have a rosary on your car rear view mirror. Okay, so you know what, you're Pinoy. And sometimes, especially those who are, Spanish, or came from the Latin America, they have this too. They are very, very, onto religious as well. You put the next one that we have is you put your hands together in front of you as if to make a path and say excuse, excuse when you pass in between people or in front of a TV. Okay, again, those are just Filipino um, mannerism. Next, number four, you nod your head upwards or raise your eyebrows to greet someone instead of saying good morning. What we do is, you know, we it's already a greeting for us if we say we raise our eyebrows. When you stumble upon somebody when you're while you're walking, right? You just raise your eyebrows to greet someone, and that's it. Filipinos, that's it. Okay. Next, you show up late for work, and your excuse is, I forgot to turn on the alarm. Or better yet, the word traffic. Eh. Okay. So there. Well, we can see like some child saying very true. Instead of greetings, that's right. Very jokoy. That's true. Okay. Yes, or hoy or psst, right? It's already a greeting for us. Hoy. Okay. So there. Next, the number six. You think taking a shower, taking a bath are the same thing. Okay. Taking a shower, taking a bath. Okay. So just Google it. What does it mean? Okay. So there. All right. So the pointing uso. There's a there's a comment there. The pointing uso. Yes. Shower is shower. Bath is bath. That's correct. Saying I'm on the way even though you're still taking a bath. Yeah, very Filipino. Okay, so there. Okay, so again, these are just mannerisms of of us Filipinos. But of course, that's why sometimes it's funny because especially if you have American friends, they already know who you are by what how you're doing, like having a pail, right? Having a pail and a tabo in our restroom. That's the Filipino way, right? Or having the big in the US they know that the family is Filipino when there's a big spoon and fork display, right? The almighty tambo. Tabo is life. That's correct. So that's how we do it because that's how even the Filipinos that are already in America. That's how they do it. Okay, I'm not sure if right now because we already have home buddies. There's still the big spoon and fork display, but during when I was a kid, that's how we grow up. That's the staple of a um Filipino house where there's a big spoon and fork display. I think all of the families back then have that as a display, right? So there. I know because I we had that. Of course you can use it as a blog on your blog because it's really funny, right? Because that's something that we do as Filipinos. That's already our culture, and it is funny because sometimes it's something that um if you are in America and they see that, especially the tabo is live, they don't know how to use it. Yes, they only use tissues or bidet. Yes, they don't have the tabo and pail, and if you have that tabo and pail in your in your restroom, they would ask what's that for, right? So there. Okay, so let's move on. It's really funny. Okay, correct. That's the Filipinos unique way. You leave your slippers outside. Yes, that's true. That is very true. I like that. Tissue shortage, not a problem because we're Filipinos. Okay, right? Plus, I don't know. It's like tissue only. Really? I don't know if I can take that. I don't think so. No, not me. No. Yes, I don't know. Especially if there was a back in 2020, right? Last year when they why was there a I don't know, why were they panic buying tissues? What for? It's COVID-19. Why are they buying tissues? What's that for? I don't understand, you know? Eh, eh, that's true. And I was like, when I was watching the news back then, I was like, "Wh- what's the connect? What's the connection of the TV with COVID-19? I don't understand." And everybody was fighting for it. I even see, people. I think so. The Karen, yeah, Karen name, yes. They'll crap more because they're not going home due to lockdown. I guess so. But it's like a hoarding tissue. I really do not understand that. And I've also watched something like a person giving out tissues, and that person was like a hero to them. Why? I don't understand. I was like, okay, so the person is giving out rolls of tissues, and that person is really a hero already. I do not understand. Okay, so there. So let's move on. It's just something that I just don't understand. Famous Karen, that's right. Okay, again, these are some, okay, here in the Philippines that you would see. I'm not sure if you can see my screen properly, but you know, like this, we understand this, of course. Jogging pants. Okay, so there. Oven toaster. Flat iron. Okay. Electric pan. No, we understand this. No, this is just things that, especially this real rules to be follows, right? This is it, I'm not saying that we're making fun of them. It's just that this is something that, of course, we don't really make fun, but we already understand. We already understand because it's Filipino, okay, that it's there. See, I don't want to read the rules to be follows anymore because it's nosebleed. Okay, let's move on. Okay, and again, some examples. Okay, attention. If the bubble gum failure to outside from the machine, please ask the cashier inside. Probably this is because yes, I wanted waitress. Okay, sweet shirt, sweet shirt. Okay, again, these are things that we already see. As much as possible. Of course, if we can help them out, why not? You know, but this is it's already once we see it, we understand it. We Filipinos, once we see it, we understand it. That's fine. Okay. And then next one, let's see. There. Wow. Through pillows. For sale. Oh, you see? Bawal umupo dito. The English is setting. Here is not allowed. Okay. Then we have wanted housemaid and Wetres. That's the wetres again. Okay. So those are just, pictures. Again, those are just things that, again, if we see it, we understand it because we're already Filipinos. All right. So there. Now let's move on to our next slide, the accent neutralization. Okay. Accent neutralization. Okay. So the first one that we have for accent neutralization, of course, is the introduction of neutral accent. Okay. Next, of course, pronunciation and enunciation. Improving your articulation and speech muscles conditioning. Okay, speech muscle conditioning. So the first one that we have, or next, on accent neutralization. So what we're going to learn in the next few days, American speech music. Okay, what does this mean? Of course, we will learn about sound liaison or connection, stress and rhythm, and of course, intonation, right? Next one that we will learn, of course, we have the English grammar. We will just revisit on parts of speech, no comparatives and superlatives. Of course, the very famous subject verb agreement, verb tenses, word usage, punctuations. Okay, again, this is just to revisit. I know some of you, when I heard you earlier when you're introducing yourself, okay, some of you are very articulate already. But of course, for the benefit of everybody here on this training, we will still revisit this so that everybody would be able to learn. Okay, the first one that we have, introduction, is what is accent? Okay, what is accent? In linguistics, an accent is a matter of pronunciation peculiar to a particular individual location or nation. Okay, the term accent is often incorrectly used in its place, but an accent refers only to the way words are pronounced. Okay, of course, because when you're in different parts of the globe, you have different pronunciation of each word. Okay, the different accent. Even here in the Philippines, right? We have different accent. Why? If you come from when we speak Tagalog, right? When you come from Luzon, or no, when you come from in Luzon, let's be specific in Luzon. There's already different accent here. Why? When you come from Cavite, you know that they are from Cavite because on how they talk. Same thing if you're from Quezon. Same thing if you are from Bulacan and if you are from Batangas, right? So meaning, you're speaking the same language, but you have different, we call here in Filipino punto, right? So that's the accent, the punto. Okay? So we have that. Even in, the Visayas region, right? The Visayas region, um, they speak, the same language but different accent, and they can understand each other. It's just that they know they are coming from a different area. It's because on how they pronounce it. Okay, so there. So that's what we're going to learn here. How we're going to, or what accent do we need to learn? Okay. What accent? What accent is the neutral accent or the general American? This is what we wanted to, um, this is our goal for us to have a neutral accent. Okay. Although America has regional pronunciation differences, the accent that you will learn is that of standard American English, as spoken and understood by the majority of educated native speakers in the US. You will then speak in a way that is most comfortable and familiar to majority of native speakers. American dictionaries adopt the pronunciations used by most national radio and television broadcasters, often referred to as broadcast network standard. It usually becomes the basis of standard American English. Okay, so this is what you're going to learn. Okay? Again, in of course in the US, like what I said, there's a lot of different accents, okay, as well. Um, if you're coming from the south, of course, you would hear that southern accent. Okay, so that is why what we need to learn is the standard American English, because that this is also what they use in news. If you watch CNN, so this is what they use, the standard American English. Okay, when you're talking from somebody in New York, the tendency is they speak fast, very fast. Okay, if you're talking somebody in the southern area, they speak slow. Okay, if you're talking to somebody in like in New Jersey, um, you'll be able to speak with uh, people who have sometimes like a colloquial, okay, English, wherein it's like street slang. Okay, so that's how you hear it. um, Again, what we're trying to do here, that's why in the Filipinoism earlier, there are words there that you can use. Okay, but what we wanted to have is, to be professional as can be, especially if we're talking or speaking over the phone. So we wanted, of course, people to be able to understand us as clearly as possible. Okay. All right. So there again, standard American English. And for that, we will start with pronunciation and enunciation. Okay. So clear articulation requires three conditions. Okay. Clear articulation requires three conditions. The first, the sound must be accurately formed. The sound must be accurately formed. Okay, we have to practice that. Okay, on our how we speak. The sound must be sufficiently supported by the breath. Okay, by the breath. Why? Because sometimes if you don't know how to breathe in and breathe out properly, you won't be able to. You will sound like you're catching your breath when you're talking. Okay, so that's why you have to know how to do this as well. The sound must be completely finished. See how I said finished? Because sometimes, okay, there are times where we're talking, because especially when we're talking really fast. Okay, there are times wherein you don't pronounce the letters anymore. No, there are certain letters that you don't pronounce anymore in the English language, but now, for you to be able to for you to sound confident, you have to you have to articulate that word correctly. When I say finished, I pronounce the letter D. Okay, you can hear it. Okay, so that's the thing as well, especially if you are talking over the phone, or not. This is not only for call centers, or if you are talking over the phone, because this actually you can use it when you're doing a speech, right? When you're talking in front of a large crowd, okay, you have to form and pronounce your words correctly and clearly. Okay, see how I did it there? Okay. So I hope you're learning from that. When you're especially if you're taking public speech, okay, people won't be able to understand you if you're speaking too fast. No, there are people who don't know how to do that. That's why there are when you are in public speaking, this is one of the things that they learn. They need to study it. Why? Because they have to get the uh, in the crowd. the participation of the crowd. They have to get their attention. And how are you going to get their attention? You have to speak properly, especially the words. You can elongate some of the words to make a point, right? Or you can, because that's how you actually provide the feelings, right? Okay. So there, I'm sorry. I need to pause. I need to mute a bit because my son is telling me something. Okay. So there. That's why it's really important with that we know how to pronounce, the pronunciation correctly. We have to do that. Okay, and the enunciation. Okay. So that's what we're going to learn. Okay. How do we improve our articulation? Okay. So that's the next slide that we have. How do we improve the articulation? Willpower. And you have to have that willpower. Okay. Your mouth must be capable of opening fully. Okay. Okay. So you have to have that willpower. You have to, because again, this is it's really true when you say it's all in the mind. Okay, right? If you always say that I can do this, I can do this, then you can do it. Okay, so there. Number two, your mouth must be capable of opening fully. Okay? And sometimes, when especially those who are speaking in front of a public speaker, you will see them on the backstage opening and closing their mouth. They're exercising their mouth. They're exercising their mouth. If you can just see me right now, if my camera is set up, you'd be able to see me opening my mouth. This is because for me to be able to tell you how it should be. It's the same thing when you're talking in uh, over the phone. When you're talking to someone, if you want to make a point, especially if you are in sales, you really have to have that presence. How will you have to have how will you get that presence, or how will you be able to get their attention if you cannot speak properly? Okay, so that's why you need to practice that. Okay. Third, loosen lazy lips. Loosen lazy lips. Again, it's like a practice of the mouth. Okay. Why? Because sometimes, there are people who really eat their words. They eat their words when they're talking, and they don't want to. You see how I do it right now? It's like uh, I'm under the ocean, and you cannot really understand what I'm trying to say. See why? Because you have to loosen those lazy lips. Robot like. That's right. It's robot like, right? And sometimes you don't understand. Come again. Of course, some those who are actually listening to you, especially if you're talking to someone, they would actually ask you, "What? Come again? Can you repeat that?" It's because y- you were not able to pronounce it properly. Okay. Next, teach your tongue to keep its place. Teach your tongue to keep its place. Okay. Why? Because if you're doing something and I'm moving my tongue around on my mouth, and see, if I'm moving my tongue around on my mouth, okay, it's like you're eating again. It's like eating your words, right? That's why you have to teach your tongue to keep its place. Again, number five. This is what I always say since the start. Okay, practice. Practice. Okay. Every time you speak, remind yourself to speak each word well. Okay. See, practice. Every time you speak, remind yourself to speak each word well. You have to emphasize it. That is correct. Stop writing and reading. Speak out loud what you think. Yes, that's right. Okay. Even if you are just reading a book, okay, for you to be able to practice the words, okay, for you to be able to practice the words, read it out loud. Okay, read it out loud. Just do not read it just reading it. Okay, read it out loud for you to be able to practice. And so, that's what I like about it as well, as because um you'd be able to say the words correctly too. And sometimes there are words that you don't know how to, how to say it. You'd be able to, oh, what word is this? Okay, you'd be able to look it up in the dictionary and then go ahead and see how it is supposed to be read, right? That is correct, Pia. Have the confidence. Your listeners will feel it from your words. That's correct. Exactly. And you would be able to convey what you want with how you pronounce it and how you enunciate it, right? Especially if you're selling something, right? For you to be able to make a point, okay? For you to be able to make a point on what you're going to say, then you have to have that feeling. And how to have that feeling? And for you to be able to speak it properly, or you do have to pronounce it and enunciate it properly. Exactly. Speak slowly but clearly so that you can think what the word is next. That's what I do. That is very correct. That's what I do personally. Okay? I don't speak fast. Definitely no. Okay? This is for me to be able to articulate what I'm going to say. Okay? What I'm doing right now is I'm already thinking of what I'm going to say next to you guys. Okay? If you're listening to me now, I don't talk really that fast. It's because I'm already thinking what is next. And that's the thing that you need to practice. Okay? Learn how to pause to avoid fillers. That's correct as well. Okay? Wow. There's a lot of people here already, Mary, that are, I think, are very good in this, speaking. Yes. Very good. Yes, think clearly so that you can have a great flow with a wonderful thought process in your mind. Yes, because sometimes, of course, like what I said, we won't be able to. There are times wherein we get distracted. And that is actually true. Wherein your thought process, it breaks and you don't know what you're going to say next anymore. And this is the time we're in, of course, especially if you're talking to a client. If you get distracted, you don't make any sense anymore. Okay, when you're talking, it's because you are distracted of a lot of things. Okay, so you have to clear your thoughts. All right. So the next slide that we have is commonly mispronounced words. Okay, commonly mispronounced word. Okay, I see here a chat saying that, but there are times where we are very focused about what to respond or say next, and we fail to listen well to whoever we are talking to. You are correct, Mary Grace. That that sometimes happen as well. Um, because we're too into what we're talking about or what we're saying, that we sometimes do not hear what the other person is already stating. We'll go there later on in our training. It's part of our listening skills. Okay, we'll talk more about that. But that is correct, Mary. Thank you for your comment. Okay, so we on the next slide that you see here. Okay, commonly mispronounced words. Okay, pronunciation. Okay, pronunciation. It's not pronunciation. Should be pronunciation. Multiple. Distribute or distribute. Okay. Our. Bury. Individual. Third. Clarify. Modify. It's not modify. Modify. Notify. Strawberry. Inventory. Organization. Organization. Okay. Sometimes we hear people saying organization. That's wrong. Organization. Confirm. Okay, Filipinos, we say confirm, right? Should be confirm. Profile, scarce, example, eligible. No, because sometimes we hear eligible. No, that's incorrect. Should be eligible. Forwarded, associate. Yeah, again, associate. Please do not please do not read this as associate. Okay, the associate. Okay. Yes, Mary Grace.
Hi, Miss Lynette. I'm very curious about the right pronunciation of the word. Is it opportunity or opportunity? That one. And YouTube or YouTube?
For YouTube, both are accepted. YouTube and YouTube. Okay, both are accepted. But for the opportunity, it's opportunity. Okay, that's a good one. Niche. Let's see. What I said, we learn together. The, yes, you can actually put a word in Google, and then because there's a like a speaker icon on the left side, you'd be able to hear how it's pronounced. Okay. Sorry, my screen froze. So now I'm curious. I want to see how. Niche. Ah, it should be niche. Well, you can also use niche because let me show it to you. See here? Can you see my screen? Okay. Oh, the PowerPoint. Where am I plus? I wanna share this. Uh, Only the PowerPoint. Okay. Hold on. Here. See there? It can be niche. It can be niche. you need to know how to do this too. If sometimes you cannot hear how it's how it's said. You can see that there's a comma there. It's niche or niche. See, a long sh. That's one of the things that if you're reading loudly, reading a book, and you don't that's how I do it as well. If I'm reading, and there are words that I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced or what it means, I put it in Google and just look it up. And sometimes I won't be able to hear it. I just read this. This is how you read it. You have the long e here. Okay. This one is just a short I, and then ch, so niche, and then you have niche. Okay, and if you listen to it, okay, it can be niche or niche. Okay, there. That's how I do it. All right. Let's see the comments. Both are acceptable. Niche or leech. Yes. Yes, if you're in doubt, then listen how it sound by clicking on the side. That's correct. You can click on um, the speaker icon. All right, thank you. Love it. Okay. The next one is we will have an activity, guys. Let's see. Okay, we will have an activity. The accent neutralization paragraph. So this is what we're going to do. 3 minutes will not be enough. Um, let's do this in 10 minutes, I guess. Let's do this in 10 minutes. So Mary, can you put because they need to record themselves. So what I need you to do is, I need you to read this and then record yourself. Okay, the accent neutralization paragraph. Okay, I need you to read this and then record yourself, and you can put as much feeling as you want how you do this, but you can um, like what I said, I want you to record this, and then Mary will be putting the link in our chat on how we're going to record this, and then you have to pass it over to Mary. Um, yes, so there. You have to submit that to Mary. This is because we're going to listen to the activity. Okay. Um, so I need you to do this accent neutralization paragraph. So just state your name there on the blank when you're reading this. Okay. This is a practice, of course. So um, once we're already done with our training at the end of the week, probably on Wednesday or Thursday, we'll do this again. We'll do this again. But of course, with the things that we've learned with our training. Okay, so for now on, of course, or from for now, what I need you to do is to just record this doing your how you're going to do it on your own. Okay, without of all the things that we've talked about earlier. Now, how you're going to do this right now, okay, versus on how you're going to do this later on in the training. So that's how we're going to do it. Okay, so there. So Rose, yep. All right. Yes, it's going to be 15 minutes. So right now it's 5:31. So let's be back after 15 minutes. Yes, you need this. You need to pass it today. Not actually today, but now, meaning, yeah, yes, you have that 15 minutes to do that and pass it to Rose.
The customer called the agent back to have her records updated.
Do it again, please.
The customers, I'm sorry, the customer called the agent back to have her records updated.
Okay. All right. I need you to be careful with the word called. Okay. It should be the customer called the agent back to have her records updated. Called. Okay.
Okay,
Because
noted,
when you, yeah,
coach.
when you stated called, it sound cold. Okay. The customer called, and the
Called.
agent back.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Next sentence. Let's see. Let's call on Mary Grace Sevilla.
Hello, coach. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
The fourth sentence, right?
Yes.
Um, Please fax the scanned document to the finance department.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. And the last sentence that we have, let me call on Cristobal Mercado.
Hello, coach.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Their manager was delighted to hear the company's revenue.
Okay. Very good. Their manager. Okay. Manager. Don't forget that A sound. Okay. Their manager was delighted to hear the company's revenue. All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the next slide that we have. Hold on. All right. So the next one is this sound, the short A sound. Okay, the short A sound. All right. So here, the short A sound is just the usual A sound, bat. Okay, bat. Okay. So the short A. So earlier is the typical A, apple, right? Apple. It's like an E-A sound, apple. See? And this one is the short A, ah, bat. Ah, okay? So here are some of the samples that we have. Let me read it for you. Charge, doctor, policy, hot, shot, dot, rot, caught, not, clod, plot, car, far, part, hard, smart, dark, remark, hardship, market, department, partial, father, darkness, discard, guardian, prodding, guard, garden, R. Yeah. She's practicing. I like that. Okay. Yes. Mm. Be- because she's practicing. Very good. Okay. So the word are, okay, it should be are, not our. Okay. I know that we Filipinos we read this as our. No, it should be are, because when you say it as our, that's the time. No, our, that's the one with an H. Okay. So are, award, body, art. See the difference? Okay, because when you say our, yeah, that's sometimes you can get away with it when you put it in a sentence. But if you pronounce it like that's our, okay, or it seems like you're talking about the hour, the time. Okay. I see that there's somebody writing, annotating. Who annotated? Somebody annotated. It's fine. That's fine. That happens. Like what we said, we are all, or some of us are, moms here. So we understand that. All right. So again, you just have to be careful on how you pronounce. You will see the difference. Right now, you can already see the difference with the A sound with the short A sound. Okay. Again, like my example, apple is like an E A sound, apple. Okay. This one is just a short A. Like even if you have a letter spelled with an O, but the pronunciation of that is an A sound, a short A. Okay. The sample is hot. Okay, hot. Okay, it's not hot. When you say hot, that's already like a British accent, right? Hot. Okay, I know you can hear the difference of each. Okay, so there. Let's see a sample sentence. We will call on names again. Okay, let us see. See who's home. There's somebody here showing as home. Yeah, there's somebody showing as home. Okay,
Hi, coach.
is that yes? Are you home? Are you
It's
home, babe?
but it's Gail now.
All right. Hi. Okay, Gail.
Hi,
Go
coach.
ahead. The first word, first sentence, please.
She was charged $500 for the repair. Repair, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Let's call on the next one. Belen. Belen, Belen.
Yes, coach.
The second sentence, please.
Okay. This new product is very effective.
Okay, very good. This new product is very effective. All right. Next, let's call on Early. Early Kanua.
Good afternoon.
Hello. The third sentence, please.
You have to modify the proposal for the presentation.
Very good. Okay. Next one is Hannah. Hannah Bataluna.
The doctor gave him a prescription.
All right. Thank you. And the last one, Jovi Pilonco.
We charge the same amount as the other department store.
All right, we charge the same amount as the other department store. Very good. All right, so there. Let us move on to the next one. Um, I hope that you are hearing the difference between the A sounds. All right. Okay, let us move on. The long A, the long A sound. Okay. So this one, if you notice, okay, your what do you call this? Uh the word that is showing here is still showing as B long AT because that's how you're going to see it in the dictionary. But how you read it, it's actually bait. Okay, the spelling of which is the spelling of the word itself is, if you look it up in the dictionary, is BAIT, bait. Okay, but when you see it, after when you see the pronunciation of it, of which you'll be able to see this, it will show as B long A T. So meaning you pronounce it or how you read it should be bait. Okay, that's why I was telling you that it's really important to know how you read, or how you look it up in the dictionary if you don't know how to read it. If there is no the sound or the speaker icon, and you cannot, there's no pronunciation provided, at least if you are able to see how it should be read and you know how to read it, then that's how you will see it. Okay, what I said, it's not read as bat, it's bait. Okay, here are your samples. Late, chain, vain, frail, pale, drain, associate, claim, appreciate, blame, rate, gate, date, may, shade, crate, mainstream, painful, disdain, crane, grain, flame, same, proclaim, name, gainful, trainer, player, amazing, weight, great, authorization, stay. Okay, so the long A sound. And of course, if you notice, of course, in the spelling itself, you'd be able to see that mostly would have the AI on the spelling. That's how you're supposed to read it. However, there are letters, like late. There's no I there, but you read it as late. It's not lat, right? Okay, it's not latte, late. Okay, so there. That's what I am trying to explain to you guys. So you need to know how to. If you don't know how to read it, and there's no sample pronunciation in Google or in the dictionary, then at least you will be able to decipher on how you're going to read it with the phonetics showing in the dictionary, because all dictionary would have that phonetics. Okay, because that's how you're supposed to pronounce it there. Okay. The next one that we have, of course, let's see the sentence drill. Let's see for the first sentence. Let's call on Dessa. Dessa Sebastian.
Hi, Coach.
Hi.
The agent was able to read the entire page.
Very good. Next, Alex Pascual.
Hello. The claim payment came in very late.
All right. Next, let's call on Emeline Babylonia.
Hello, coach.
Hi.
He needs again, coach. He
Okay.
needs authorization to receive the freight.
Okay. The freight. All right. Very good. The next one. Let's see. JC.
The mail has a round date.
Okay. Thank you. Next, the last one. Jenny Domingo.
Hi, coach.
Hi.
The information was relayed by the agent.
All right. Very good. Very clear. Okay. Good job. Okay, that's one of the things that you also have to remember, that when you are talking, make sure that you are being heard, or how you pronounce it. It's very clear. Remember yesterday when I said, or during the PowerPoint presentation as well, it is shown there that you have to pronounce each word, okay, properly and correctly so that you can be heard. Okay, so that's what I want you to practice from now on. When you are reading, especially if I call on your name, make sure that when you read it, no, you don't have to be very fast. Okay, you don't have to read it fast. Okay, you need to just read it clearly so that you can be heard, especially right now because everything is, you're going to transact over the phone, or you're going to transact using the internet. So make sure that when you're reading it correctly and properly. Okay. Okay, the next vowel sound that we have is the E sound. E sound. This is, pretty easy, right? Bet, bet, E. Okay, sound, right? Let's see the sample words that I have. All right. The very first word, any, any. Again, a lot of Filipinos read this as any. Please do not read it as any. All right. It's an E sound. Okay. Any. I know that it's the spelling shows ANY, but you don't read it as an A sound. Okay. It should be read as an E sound. Any. Better. External. Says. Web. Letter. Dead end. Sender. Amend. Tentative. Process. Attempt. Temporary. Equipment. Whenever. Headstrong. Widespread. Anything. Friendly. Dentist. 20. Mention. Question. Spending. Else. Regress. Benefit. Network. Help. Member. Okay, so there. Make sure that some of the words here, it's just a typical E, so it's not hard to read. Okay, but however, there are letters like the A in any. Make sure that you read it as any, not anything. Okay, because I usually hear that when I do interviews on, or sometimes when I hear somebody talking, they use any. Okay, I don't have anything. Again, it should be an E sound. I don't have anything. Okay. There, that's how you read it. Okay, let's move on to the next, the drill. So let's call on the next person to read. Um, let's see, the first sentence, Chris Veen Matoza. Can you please read that?
Hi, Coach.
Hi.
We need to collect the payment for his debt.
All right, very good. Okay, the next sentence, early. Oh, have I called
Yes,
earlier?
coach.
Oh, okay. Let's call on somebody else. Um, Jelly Kabulusan.
Hey, Coach.
Hi.
This year's revenue has increased from last year.
Good job. All right. Next sentence, Jovelyn Antipas.
Hi, Coach.
Hi. The third sentence, please.
How much did you spend for your trip?
All right. Okay, thank you. The next one, the fourth. Let's call on Mary Grace Sevilla.
You called me earlier, coach.
Oh, I already called you. All right. How about Ramos, Mary Grace Ramos?
Hi, Coach.
Hi.
The debt was paid last month.
Thank you. The last sentence, Rowena Samson.
Hi, Coach.
Hi.
The memo was written by the department head.
All right. Good job. Okay. So let's move on to the next phonetics that we have, the long E. Long E sound. Okay. See here? So it should be read as beat. Beat. Okay, beat. And this is our samples. Okay, sheet, fleet, breed, seed, deal, meal, debridement, feel, reader, love seat, worksheet, spreadsheet, meeting, receive, conceive, dealership, visible, freedom, meaning, overseas, carefree, retrieve, facility, breeze, freeze, seal, please, these, repeat, need, hygienist, orthopedic, immediate, breathe, leaving, right? Again, a long E sound. Okay. Sometimes when we pronounce words, especially when we are because sometimes we're in different regions on how we pronounce it, it's going to be different. So make sure that with these, especially those who have or those who have two letter E in their spelling, you pronounce it as a long E. All right, because if you're going to pronounce it differently, if you're going to pronounce it as a short E, again, it would have a different meaning. Like if you read sheet as shit, So that's two different thing, right? Because that happens. Let's be honest, right? That happens. Okay. And also these. If you have ESE, then it should be pronounced as these. It's not this. Okay, these, right? Same thing with breathe. If you have an E at the end, it's it's pronounced as breathe. If you don't have an E at the end, then it's breath. I hope you know the difference because it's actually my pet peeve, that breathe and breath. Because I sometimes see that in Facebook or sometimes what they actually meant is breathe, but they spelled it as breath without an E. So um, make sure that when you pronounce it, if it's with an E, just remember it's a long E sound. If there's no E at the end, then it's breath. All right. Okay. Okay, let us now do the sentence drill. Hold on. Let us call on the first sentence. Uh, Elena. Elena Lavalle.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Hi.
Um, the appeal to extend the deadline was granted by our team lead.
Okay, very good. The next sentence, Eliza Marie Laksa. Eliza.
Hi, Coach. I think
Hi.
there's something wrong with my screen. I only see Lynette Balau has started screen sharing, but there's no sentence where I can read the next paragraph
Really?
or the next sentence. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, one moment. Still the same, Coach Mary. Can I take a screenshot so that I can send it to you? I don't know what happened. It's Yes, it's still the same. Oh yeah, sure. Sure. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Giselle Glazy Makutay. Giselle, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi.
Yes. We must proceed with caution to guarantee our safety.
All right. Thank you. The third sentence, Karen Joy Bernas.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
The balance sheet must be submitted before the year ends.
Very nice.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. And the fourth sentence, Madeline, Tud Tud.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, fourth sentence, right? Okay. So
Yes.
the lawyer charged a fee for his legal advice.
Thank you. I like your voice. Yeah, I like your
Oh, thank
voice.
you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and the last sentence, uh, Marjorie.
Good afternoon, Coach.
Hi.
I have received the complete electronic fund transfer.
All right, thank you. Okay. Let us continue. The next letter or the next vowel sound that we have is the I sound. Okay, I sound. Okay, this is pretty simple. Okay, bit, okay, bit. Let's see the word drill. Assist, simple. Bill, system. Hit, quit. Fit, wit, quit. Did, skip. Sit, lid. It, chip. Is, trip. Grip, bit. Drip, skilled. Denial, think. Specific, grimly. Fitting, hairpin. Filling, benefit. Until, information. This, facility. Okay, the short I. Oh no, that's just the I sound. So it's fairly simple. Again, when you read it, because the difference with the E sound, this is sometimes they interchange the I and the long E sound. So when you pronounce it, you just make it like a precise sound. Assist, simple, bill. Okay, there. Let's see the sentence drill. Okay, the first sentence, let's call on Richeline, San Juan.
Were we able to hit today's transaction targets?
All right, good job. Next, um, Ina Rose, Soliva.
Hello.
Hi.
The second,
Yes.
okay. I have to deliver these invoices today.
Okay, deliver. I have to deliver these invoices today. I have to deliver these invoices today. So make sure the I sound here is the deliver. This that's what I'm saying to you guys. So when you read it, you see the difference. Because when you read it as I have to deliver, okay, these invoices today. So make sure that you read it as the I sound. I have to deliver these invoices today. Okay. Next. The third sentence, let's call on City Arids.
Yes, Coach.
Hi.
Our team
The
leader
third,
assisted.
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Our team leader assisted us.
All right, there. Assisted. Okay, there. The fourth sentence, my cream, E.
Hello, good morning.
Hi.
There were no listings for accounting services.
Right. Okay, thank you. There were no listings for accounting services. Okay. The last sentence, let's call on Lancetti de la Serna.
Hi, Coach.
Hi.
Sit down and try the shoe on before we buy it.
All right, very good. Okay, again, just to reiterate the difference between the I and the E. Okay, let me show you the difference. Okay, so here, I would like you to practice. I'll give you 5 minutes to, not really 5 minutes, I guess 2 to 3 minutes to read through this and try to differentiate the how you're going to pronounce the one on the left and the one on the right. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I apologize for the long wait there. Okay, let us move on. Okay, to the next one. Hold on. Okay, let us try doing a paragraph drill. Okay, I know that this is going to be a, a hard one, but like what I said, we don't have to do it fast. Okay, I know it's a tongue twister. However, this is for you to practice the difference between the E and the I sound because I want you to know how to practice it. Okay, so I need you, you can do it on your own. I don't have to call on your name. Okay, you can do it on your own, the paragraph grill. You don't have to record this, but I would just like you to read through it. Okay, again, I'll give you 3 minutes to read through this, just so that you know the difference. Okay, just read through it. And if it would be better if you would read it aloud. Okay, I know that you have people beside you, but just read it aloud so that you would hear yourself reading or saying the words. All right, I'll give you 3 minutes. All right. I hope everybody is done reading it. Okay. Okay, let us move on. Okay, the next one. Okay, here. I'm going to call on names so that we can read it. Okay. So let's see. Um, the first sentence. See the difference? Eat and it. Right? Okay. The first sentence. Please read Joan Anduyo.
Yes, coach. Good morning po.
Morning.
Eat it. I'll eat it.
All right. I'll eat it. Okay. Again, um, when you have read it, it sounded the same. So I'll eat it. Okay. All
Yes,
right.
coach.
See the difference? Because really, there's going to be a confusion, because of course, for you, when you just read it in your mind, you would think that you're reading it properly. But of course, when you read it out loud, okay, that's where you'll be able to hear it. Okay. So again, eat it. I'll eat it. Okay. Right. The next sentence. Let's see. Hazel or Pelia, can you please read the second one?
Hi, Coach.
Hi.
The beat is a bit strong.
Very good. Thank you. Very good. The third sentence. Heidi Samako.
Hi, coach. Already called me po.
I did. Okay. Thank you. Excel Rose. Antonio.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Yes. The third one, right?
Yes, the third one.
Yes. Keys. Keys.
Okay.
Give me a kiss for the keys. Oh my gosh.
See, it sounds the same, right?
Yes,
Excuse
I'm
me.
sorry.
Okay, that's okay. But again, just practice. Give me a kiss for the keys. See, okay, if you hear how I said it, give me a kiss for the keys. All right. So the next one, the fourth. Let's see. For the fourth sentence, Catherine, have I called on you, Catherine Bartolome?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, please read the fourth, please.
The fourth one. The chick's cheek. Sorry. The cheeks is soft. Hello?
Yes. Okay. See how you stated it as well. Again, it sounds
Same.
the same. Okay. Can you do it again, please?
Okay. The cheeks is soft.
All right. The chick's cheek is
Cheeks.
soft.
Cheek.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, the fifth, Laika Carino.
Yes, coach.
Hi. Please read the fifth one.
These shoes don't fit my feet.
Okay. These shoes don't fit my feet. All right. Thank you. And the last, Maricar Cruz. Maricar.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Last summer, the heat hit hard.
All right. Last summer, the heat hit hard. Okay. All right. So I hope you see the difference there between the two, the long E and the I sound, okay? Because sometimes, again, when we read it, it's really a tongue twister, but make sure that when it's a long E, elongate that. And then the short T, of course, short I, Okay, make sure that you have that I sound. Okay, all right. So let us continue. Okay. The next sentence or the first sentence on this slide, I want to hear from Marian Valiascas.
Hi, Coach.
Hi.
Okay, meal. She had a meal in the meal.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
She had a meal in the meal. Meal in the meal.
Make sure to unmute, guys. Okay. The next sentence, let's hear from Jenny Ibuyan.
Hi, Coach. Good afternoon.
Hello.
The second sentence, right?
Yes, that's right.
We see the sick sheep.
All right. This is a tongue twister.
Yes.
We seek the sixth
Thank you.
sick sheik's sheep. All right. Again, no, I know that tongue twisters are tend to be read fast. However, of course, in sentences like this, we are just practicing. You don't have to read it fast so that you'd be able to really pronounce each word properly. Okay. And then the third, I would like to hear from. Uh, uh, let's see. May Rochelle Louise, have I called on you?
Hi, ma'am. Not yet.
Okay.
Okay. These are better than this one.
All right. There you go. Okay. These and then this. Okay. So these are better than this one. Okay. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the fourth, I would like to hear from. Let's see. Rachel Del Rosario, have I called on you?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, so sentence number 4.
4.
She wants to sell this year and sale.
All right. Okay. This is pretty easy. Sell and sale. Okay. The next one. Uh-huh. The fifth. Rowena Samson, have I called you?
Yes, Coach.
Oh, I have. Okay. How about Cheryl Regadio?
Yes, Coach. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Okay. Many visitors did not like the main course.
All right. Good job there because you were supposed to say many. Okay. So many visitors did not like the main course. Okay. All right. And the last sentence. Let's see. Who else have I not called? Mhm. Jonalyn Sena, have I called you?
Not yet,
Not yet.
Coach.
Ooh.
Oh no. Wait.
Do you have two microphones
Hi,
with you?
Coach.
Okay. The last one.
Yes. Yeah, shell. He sells the shell with shell.
Okay. He sells the shell with show. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for reading that drill. Okay. I know that, like what I said, no, um, You really have to practice a lot. I know that for some of you it's easy, but of course there are people who still have or having a hard time reading this because the long E and the I usually sometimes they interchange the sound. So just be careful. I'm sorry about that. Hold on. All right. Again, I'm sorry about that. My son is calling me. All right. So let us move on. The next sound that we have is the schwa sound. Okay, the schwa sound. About. The schwa sound is like a UH sound. Okay, a UH sound. So when you read this, about. All right. So let's see the sample word drill that we have. About, around, medical. Okay, the schwa sound would be the one on the CAL sound, medical. Okay, better. Okay, better. Later, the schwa sound is the E sound at the end. Okay, pater, painful, legal, confident, vendor, sentiment, apologize, amend, allow, license, final, illegal, locator, location, motion, movement, investor, history, beautiful, facility, verify, thousand, policy, transfer, information, reason, perfect, number, unlimited, apply, authorization. Okay, and a schwa sound, guys. You also have to remember that a schwa sound, it doesn't really it doesn't have a specific letter. It's the sound of it. Okay, so on our sample on the sample on the other slide, it shows that the schwa sound is on the first part, which is about. Again, this is a UH sound in a word. Okay, so it can be an I, like final. Okay, but it's a UH sound, final. Okay, it can be an O sound, history. Like in history, your schwa sound is the one in the O. Okay, again, it doesn't have a specific letter. It's just the sound of the UH in a word. Okay. Again, I'm showing this to you. This is because if, for example, you notice an inverted E on the dictionary, meaning it's a UH sound. All right. That's how you read it. Okay. Okay, that's why it doesn't really put a specific letter in each word or on words, but the sound itself, which is a UH sound. The next one that we have is the U sound. Okay, it's just the typical U, burn, burn. Okay, these are the samples: world, turn, nursing, incur, nurture, intern, interment, internal, early, burn, work, stir, recur, refer, purchase, purge, affirm, alert, allergic, blur, liquor, term, further, germ, clerk, convert, worse, adverb, suburb, reserve, research, earn, nocturnal, regurgitate, courteous, person. Again, it's just the U sound. If you notice, there are words that doesn't have really a letter U on it. However, when you pronounce it, it should be the letter U sound. Okay? The next one that we have is the long O sound. Bloat, okay, coat, wrote. Okay, I don't have sample words in here, but it's the long O sound. Okay, this is a sentence drill. I'll just read it. I wrote to my folks last week. He prefers poetry than prose. She was also chosen in the polls. Over my dead body, I will not listen to that radio program. If you notice this notice, you will notice that this notice is not worth noticing. Okay, so those are just sample sentences. The next one is just the short O. Okay, brought, brought. Okay, these are your samples. Tomorrow, bought, ought, office, call, more, officer, forward, orange, clause, document, ordinary, board, storage, record, prolong, adore, afford, allegory, abroad, orthopedic, boss, chlorine, dub, daunt, lord, floss, off, organ, order, florid, false, gauze. Okay, so that's why like I said it, like what I said, because we are on the O sound here. So again, it's not really, all of it would have the letter O, but the sound of it, like false. Okay, false. There. The next one that we have is just the U, bush, bush. Okay. Again, these are just some of the words that you'd be, I mean, the vowels that you will see in dictionary, and just you need to learn how to read it properly. Okay, so this is a sentence drill. Look at the hook that is made of plastic. The book should be read by every student. He misunderstood the instructions written on the cookbook. You could have pushed yourself to the limit to succeed. She was scared during the earthquake. Let me pull up the members' policy. Okay, so those are just some sentence, okay, with that sound. Okay, let us practice on our own with this tongue twister. I'll give you 3 minutes to read this. Again, read it aloud so that it's going to be, you'd be able to really hear yourself as well when you're reading it. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Are you better now?
All right, moving on. Okay, I hope you're done with that. Hold on. All right, consonant sounds. So we'll talk about consonant sounds. What is the difference between consonant sounds and vowel sounds? Are there different kinds of consonant sounds? And how will I be able to connect sounds and vowels sounds together? Okay, right. So the defining characteristics of consonant sounds are voiced or voiceless, and then the place of articulation and manner of articulation. Sound is produced by the interference of the flow of air through the mouth and nose. Okay, this is the very typical that we have. Okay, PF sound. We sometimes, because we Filipinos don't have the F sound, right? So sometimes it's really hard for us to pronounce this word, the P and F. We interchange it. Okay, or sometimes we don't pronounce the F word or the F sound at all. So we have to be mindful of that. This is some of the samples that we have. Let me read it to you. The company profile was not included on the portfolio. Okay, again, sometimes what happens is that it is read only as the company profile was not included in the portfolio because we don't have the F sound. So we need to practice the P and the F. Okay, the next one, the property was sold at a very low price. Okay, this is pretty easy. Post-dated checks were required as a form of payment. Okay. Every employee should follow the process for each invoice. Pick a partner and practice passing, for if you pass proficiently, perhaps you'll play professionally. Okay, again, you have this is typical for Filipinos wherein we interchange the sound of P and F, or we don't have that sound at all, the F. Okay, so this one, again, I would like you to read this on your own. Read it as a practice. Okay, read it on your own. Um, See, it's all F. So make sure that you pronounce it properly, the F sound. This is a practice for the F sound. Earlier, the sentences is for the P sound. This one is for the F sound. Okay, let me read the first one for you guys. And what I want you to do, of course, is practice on your own reading um, all of it. Okay, Frankfurt failed his Fifth Fleet flight by flying fast and firing first. Okay, so try to read the others on your own. Give you 2 minutes.
I thank you.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. since that is the standard greeting that we always use, so that you get to practice that already. We always say good morning. Okay. This is to practice our how we talk with our clients, especially if they are in the US. So it's morning to them. So that's why we always greet each other good morning. Okay. This is just to practice. Because what we follow is, I'm not sure with you with what you're going to do, Mary, but um, we follow US, so we need to follow their time zone. So
Yep.
you greet them on their time zone.
Yep. Yep. Same thing here.
Yeah. All right. So there. So let's go ahead and continue with what we were discussing yesterday. So yesterday, I left you with practicing the PF, right? We are in the consonant sounds. Defining characteristics of consonant sounds are, again, I will just repeat this slide: voiced or voiceless, place of articulation, manner of articulation. Okay, so again, this is how we do our consonant sounds. So yesterday, this is what we did. I read this to you, and then I asked you to read this on your own. No, um, this one as well, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let us now continue with BV sounds. Okay, we're done with PF yesterday. So BV. Okay, again, this is usual for us Filipinos. Sometimes we do not change the sound of B and V. V sounds B, okay, to us Filipinos. So we need to be careful with that. Okay, we have to practice on those sounds as well. Like what I said, this is very important that when you pronounce words, you need to pronounce it clearly. Okay, so that is why it's very important that we know our consonant sounds as well. The usual or the culprit always is the P and F and B and V. Later on, we'll also tackle TH, okay? Because there are different sounds of TH. Okay, so B and V first. B and V, okay, let me just read this first for you. The volume of invoices was manageable. Okay, the volume of invoices, it was manageable. Sometimes, we Filipinos, we read is the volume of invoices was manageable. So it's all B. Okay, so make sure that you pronounce that V sound. It's not really different. It's just that, sometimes when we're talking too fast or when we're reading too fast, we sometimes interchange, especially if there's a lot of words that has BV on it. Okay, so just make sure that the key thing, like what we always say since the beginning, practice. Okay, be aware. Okay, be aware is one, or the second thing. Okay, be aware of how you who would I want to read this first or the second line. Let's call on Alexandra Marie Pascual.
Hello, coach. I think I'm having a problem right now. I can't see the screen.
You cannot see my screen. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I guess this is the same as what happened yesterday. Hold on.
It's okay now.
All right. Please read the second sentence.
The vehicle avoided the pothole.
Okay. The vehicle avoided the pothole. All right. Thank you. All right. The third sentence, can I hear from Ronald Villaflor? Hello, Ronald. Are you there? Can you hear us? Or can you hear me? Okay. Let's see. No, we cannot hear you. We can't hear you, Ronald. I do not show you having a mic. I'll just move on to the next person. We'll try to get back to you later on. Can you try to log out and log back in? I'll admit you again because I'm just showing a video feature on your picture. I don't see the microphone. So you might have clicked on a different one when you logged in. Try to log out and log back in, all right? Okay, let's move on to the next person. Angel. Angel AE. Can you read the third line, please? Angel?
She's not.
She's not responding. Okay, let's move on to the next person. Angelica Regner.
The third one, right?
Yes, the third, please.
Okay. The accounts receivable department sent the monthly report.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. Next, Belen. Can you read the fourth one, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, coach. Okay, the fourth one is the vibrant team lead was on vacation leave.
See, I heard you. Your V and B, it's interchanging. Can you do it again, please?
Okay. The vibrant team lead was on vacation leave.
All right, there you go. Okay. The
Okay.
vibrant team lead was on vacation leave. Okay, because earlier I heard you um, interchanging the V and B in vibrant. Okay. And
Okay.
then, yeah, vacation is correct. And leave, you pronounce it as leave. Okay. So just
Okay.
make sure that you pronounce it clearly and you don't have to, like, do it too fast. Just make sure that you
Okay.
pronounce it word by word. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, coach.
All right. And the last sentence, Brianna C. Can you please read the last one?
Good afternoon, Coach.
Hi.
Various, varu, sorry, various invoices have different processing needs.
All right, very good. Okay, so see there. So what's happening is that, of course, um, now that you are aware, you know to correct yourself. That's the important thing as well. Okay, at least now that you are aware, you are correcting yourself. Okay, because of course, for first timers, we just read out aloud and we're not aware that we are mispronouncing the words. Okay, at least now you you have that. You are now getting to be aware of what's happening or what you're doing, and that's actually the key. Okay, one of the key things that to for you to be fluent with the accent, and for you to practice it. Okay, again, like what we've been, you'll hear this over and over from me. Practice, 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 and sometimes, of course, even me, I still read things, especially when I'm in front of a class. Sometimes I still fumble. No, that no, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not a perfect person. However, because I am aware of what I'm saying, I can correct it. Especially with you guys, you're listening to me. Okay, I'm not a perfect coach. I'm not a perfect trainer, but we learn it together and we correct ourselves. Okay, that's the key thing. Okay, next, okay, paragraph drill. Okay, this one I would like you to record this. Okay, like what I said, because this is B and V. Okay, so I would like you to record this. You already know how you're going to record this. Okay, activity. I want you to record this right now. I'll give you 15 minutes to do this. Okay, I'll give you 15 minutes to record this and pass it over to Mary so that she can listen to you guys. Okay, so make sure that you are reading each words, okay, properly. Okay, don't think of putting any accent yet to the paragraph grill. What's important for me is for you to be able to read the words correctly with the sound of B and V, especially on this slide, this paragraph drill, because it's actually, it's like a tongue twister. See, Bobby and Vinny visited the Boston vineyard with Bobby's brother Vince. Okay, so it's like a tongue twister, but like what I said, you don't have to make it fast. I just want you to read each word properly. Okay, I'll give you 15 minutes. Okay, I'll be on mute. And please make sure that you record and then send it over to Mary. All right, I'll be back after 15 minutes. All right. I hope everybody is already done with the paragraph grill that we had. Okay, so let us continue, guys. All right. So the next one that we have is the American R. I will not go to the tongue twister anymore since I think this paragraph drill is already tongue twister enough for you guys for the day. Okay, so let us move on to the next slide that I have, American R. Okay, R is not this is not hard for us. Okay, because we are Filipinos, we know how to pronounce the letter R. So I will just read this, guys, and then so that we can move on. Again, this is because I'm making it faster now because we only have a week, and I would like to finish all my slides with you guys. This is because, of course, I would also like to tackle customer service skills particularly. Okay, especially those who do not have any experience yet. At least customer service skills 101. Okay, something that you can that we can talk about. Of course, you'd be able to see this or you can hear this on a lot of YouTube. You'd be able to see a lot of videos regarding it. But I think it's better that we have interaction regarding customer service skills, right? I believe that because sometimes, of course, when you're just watching videos, you won't be able to really ask questions there. So at least here, you can ask questions from me or from Mary. All right. So here on this slide, let me just read samples of the American R. So strawberries are my favorite fruit. So it's not hard, right? It's easy. My supervisor appreciated my resourcefulness. The report was generated yesterday. Robert returned early to review the ratings. The warranty expires after a year from purchase. Roger Rocket ran around the river and rented a raft to ride on. See? So it's not that hard to pronounce the letter R. The next one that we have is the TH sound. Now, this one, there are a lot of Filipinos who cannot really pronounce the voiced and unvoiced. Okay, so the voiced and unvoiced TH sounds, we'll practice that. Okay, so the first one, let me read this again to you guys, and I would like you to practice on your own. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, I'll read it first and just hear me. Okay, the students had 3 months to finish the term. Okay, so see the difference with the voiced and the unvoiced. Okay, the voiced is the. You have the like a letter D. Okay, the students had three. That's the unvoiced. Three. Okay, 3 months to finish the term. Okay, the is the voiced. Three is the unvoiced. Okay, the next line. These invoices were incorrectly encoded. Again, voiced. They may need to extend their deadline. Voiced. Okay. The theme park closes at 3:30 in the afternoon. The is voiced. Theme is unvoiced. 3:30 unvoiced. I hope you hear the difference. The last sentence we have, the amount or the amount of invoices not recorded is threatening. Again, unvoiced is the TH there at the end. Threatening. Okay. So I hope that you can hear the difference. I'll give you 3 minutes, I guess, to practice reading this. Now, how you pronounce it is the. Okay, your tongue is touching your lips, or sorry, the teeth. Your tongue is touching your teeth when you're pronouncing it. The. Okay, there's a force there. However, if it's unvoiced, it's just air. Okay, your tongue is still touching your teeth. However, it's just air there. Okay, three, three. Okay, there should be air coming out when you're pronouncing it. Okay, the and then three. Okay, it sounds like a letter F already if you hear it. However, okay, make sure that your tongue is touching your teeth and just let the air flow out. The 3 months. Okay, the students had 3 months to finish the term. Okay, go ahead and practice on your own. All right, all done. Okay, let's see the next slide that I have. Again, this is just a paragraph, a drill. You can read it in 2 minutes. Okay, just a practice. Okay, let me go ahead and read it for you, and then you can practice on your own. Okay, I want you to read it on your own. I'll just read it for you first, and then you can read it on your own after me. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Something in a 30-acre thicket. Okay, something in a 30-acre thermal thicket of thorns and thistles thumped and thundered, threatening the 3D thoughts of Matthew the thug. Although, theatrically, it was only the 13,000 thistles and thorns through the underneath of his thigh that the 30-year-old thug thought of that morning. All right. Thank you for that, guys. I'm sorry. Sometimes, when you have two jobs, that's what happens. Well, anyway. Okay, let's move on. Okay, on the next slide. Okay. Again, this is a paragraph drill. I'll just read it. And then I would like you to read it on your own. Again, 2 minutes. Beth and Faithful. Okay. Beth, a nurse, likes to think about how things were in the good old days. Beth remembers taking her dog, Faithful, for a walk along the garden path. She liked to throw things for Faithful to catch. The garden had 33 kinds of plants and thousands of flowers. For Beth, nothing compared to a thoughtful walk through the garden. Okay, so let's continue. Okay. So again, I'm making it faster, guys. You can go ahead and if you would like to practice um, some of the things that I have, you can screenshot it so that you can practice on your own. Especially those that have th, bv, and pf sounds, because those are not typical for us Filipinos. And what we do is really we interchange how we pronounce the words. The th and the voiced and unvoiced th, sometimes we can get away with it. Okay, but again, what we're teaching here is the proper way of pronouncing words. All right. Okay, so this is what I was telling you about. We're in the dictionary. This is how you will see it. Okay, how you should read it. So you don't need to have the speaker icon for you to be able to know how you read things. So if you were listening with our discussion from yesterday, we were able to tackle the phonetics, right? So these are the phonetics on how you actually pronounce the words. Okay, like this one. Okay, thank. Remember the A sound? It's like an AE sound, thank, or an EA sound, thank. It's not thank, thank. Okay? You, long O, you. Colin, okay? Like who's Colin? All right? See there? Schwa sound, better, better. Okay, so you have the UH sound. May, so the long A, may. It's like an AI sound, may. Okay? Schwa, provide. Okay, provide. Benefit, benefit. Okay? Verify, verify. Okay? Facility, long E. Schwa, schwa. Facility, facility. Okay? Information, information. Okay? Authorization, authorization. You have the O sound, but it's an AU in the spelling, but authorization, that's how you read it. You have your schwa sound, long A, schwa sound, authorization. Okay? Reference, reference. Genetic, genetic. Radiologic, or the radiologic. Yeah, radiologic, radiologic. Okay, you see spaces there because that's how you space your pronunciation. Okay, radiologic, radiologic. Okay, because here in the Philippines, it's how do you pronounce this? Is radiologic, right? Radiologic. But it's actually pronounced as radiologic. Okay? Ambulance, ambulance. Recent, recent. Immediate, immediate. Okay? Evaluation, evaluation. Abdomen, abdomen. Therapy, therapy. Coverage, coverage. January, January. Thousand, thousand. Deductible, deductible. Transfer, transfer. Maintain, maintain. See, there's a space there. That's why it's maintain. Diagnosis, diagnosis, diagnosis. A diagnosis. Sorry, diagnosis. It's O, long O. Diagnosis. Physical, physical. Physician, physician. Department, department. Individual, individual. Actual, actual. Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. Documentation, documentation. Routine, routine. Annual, annual. See, try doing that without reading the actual words spelling. Try reading basing off with the phonetics. That's how you practice. Okay, on how you pronounce each letters in the word. Okay, I usually do this when I know some of my pastime, just so that I know I sound like a nerd, but sometimes what I do is I just look up in the dictionary, and just when I read it, I just look at the phonetics part. I do not read the actual word. I read the phonetics part. This is for me to be able to practice on how I'm going to pronounce it. Okay. So I would like you to practice doing that as well. Because, of course, for you to be able to practice is not just by hearing it. Yes, one of the things, of course, that you need to learn is by hearing, like what Moreau said. Uh, what Morose informed us, that you need to what do you call this? Watch movies, read it aloud. But like that's how we do it. For you to be able to practice, especially if you don't know how to pronounce, or if there's no um what do you call this, a speaker icon for you to be able to know how to read it, right? So this is how you do it, by practicing on reading in phonetics. Okay, so I hope you guys learn something new, especially with this one, because that's how I did it. Especially if I don't know how to. So I cannot ask everyone, how do you read this? Right? I cannot ask everyone. So this is one of the things that I liked when I learned about phonetics, is that, oh, so you can actually there's actually a what do you call this, a this phonetics, or letters on how you pronounce it. Okay, so there. Okay, so hope that you were able to learn something new, and that you practice, especially now that this is what you're going to do. It's very important that you know how to pronounce things. It's not just by hearing it from people, because I've watched a YouTube, I'm not sure if it's a YouTube or in Facebook, wherein even Americans, they mispronounce some words, especially new words. The pronunciation of the word ACAI. Okay, some pronounce it as Akai, right, or Akai. It's actually Asai. Okay, so how you pronounce it should be acai. Okay, so I think that's an ingredient of a drink or some sort. There, there's also one wherein she said, I forgot the words already, but okay, so that's okay. Even Americans, especially new words, they mispronounce. However, of course, um, simple words, especially for us, we're not. It's not our native language, English, but we know how to speak it because that's the that's what we do right now. We speak in English, right? However, because you just hear it from people that sometimes it's actually the correct or I mean the incorrect pronunciation, right? Sometimes I hear those and I'm not sure. What I do is I look it up in the dictionary and look at the phonetics. That's how you read it. Okay? There. The next topic that we will discuss is American speech music. Okay? American speech music. Okay. What are liaisons and intonation? That's what we're going to tackle. How important are those to my pronunciation? How will it make me sound more neutral? Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about. Okay, let's move on first, of course, with sound liaisons and connections. Now, in linguistics, it is the pronunciation of the usually silent final consonant of a word when followed by a word beginning with a vowel. Okay, this is a samples below, but simply put, these are sound connections. So you need to connect. Again, this takes practice because what I want you to do first is, of course, pronounce words clearly. Okay, so that's why I'm telling you to um, not read words too fast. Okay, but for you to sound American, or for you to be able to have that um, neutral accent, okay, liaisons need to happen. Okay, liaison can happen in words with T, D, or Z and the Y sound, consonant and vowel, consonant and consonant, vowel and vowel. Okay, so meaning there should be a sound connection. Let's see some examples here, or consonant and vowel. Okay, let's see first. When a word ends in a consonant sound and the next word starts with a vowel sound, okay, a principle of business, okay, a principle of business, okay. Sound liaison is more on reading it in one line and just connecting it. Okay, this one, 2 years ago, 2 years ago. Okay, you connect it. I'm in a meeting. I'm in a meeting. Okay, it's on your desk. Is on your desk. Okay, so that's actually how you do it. You just connect it all together. Okay, you just connect it like reading it in a fast line. But like what I said, this takes practice. Okay, this is the next step. Once you already know how to pronounce each words properly, especially the what do you call this, the pronunciation of each word. Okay, the next step to that is doing the liaison. All right. See here. When a word consonant and consonant, when a word ends in a consonant sound and the next word starts with a consonant sound that is in a similar position, they're connected. If you read it by word, it tells me to read. Okay, it tells me to read. But connecting it with the liaison, it tells me to read. Okay, it tells me to read. Next, how about today? How about a day? How about a day? Okay. See that, this is more on, like what I said, just connecting it all together. Okay. Again, this one is just part of doing the accent, but what I would like you to do is this is the next step. What's important for me right now, for you guys, is just to pronounce each word first properly and then connecting it once you've already practiced that. Okay? Like this one, vowel and vowel. Now it's pretty easy, this one. Go away. See, go away. How about now? How about now? Are you okay? Are you okay? We ought to do it. We ought to do it. 2 hours. 2 hours. Now, when you read, or I'm sorry, when you watch movies, this is how they pronounce, right? Because they're doing liaison. Okay, they're connecting it together. Of course, because they are native speakers. But for you to be able to uh, have their accent as well, this is how we do it. Okay, yeah. Right? The next one that I have is stress and rhythm. Stress and rhythm. Word stress. Stretch the syllable as it is pronounced. Okay, make it longer. Say it louder. Raise your voice for emphasis. Higher in pitch. Okay, these are our samples. Employee, geologic, intonation, reliability, occasion, equilibrium. See, you put stress and rhythm on the words, right? You put stress and rhythm on the words. Okay. See here, where you put your stress would have a different meaning already on the word. Okay, like the samples that I have on my screen right now: nouns versus verbs. Okay, record, 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 produce, produce, export, export, permit, permit, present, present, increase, increase. I hope that you can see or you can hear the difference. Okay. And then you have your compound nouns: greenhouse, worksheet, get together, bedtime, postscript, high tech. Okay. Compound adjectives and adverbs: ill tempered, mind blowing, old fashioned, non compliant, narrow minded, strong willed. Okay, so there's rhythm in how I pronounce the words. Okay, earlier what I want, or previously what I want you to do is just pronounce the word, right? But right now, next is putting rhythm and stress on the pronunciation of your word. Okay, see here. These are samples we're in. You'd be able to see the difference where you put the stress. Okay, stress and rhythm. Um, let me go ahead and read the first line so that you would be able to see the difference. I didn't say you ate a pie. So the meaning of it is, of course, someone else said it. Okay, or the second line, it says, I didn't say you ate a pie. Okay, I really did not say it. I didn't say you ate a pie. I didn't say it, but I could have written it down. I didn't say you ate the pie. Okay, so it's like saying that someone else, right? I didn't say you ate the pie. I just told them you took it. I didn't say you ate the pie. Okay, maybe talking about a different or specific pie. I didn't say you ate the pie. It might be a cake. See the difference wherein you put the stress? It would have a different meaning already. Okay, that is why sometimes on text messages, right? This is typical for us Filipinos in text messages. We put emotion in the text, and that sometimes people would think that you mean differently. It's same thing with speaking. Where you put your stress, you already provide a different meaning. Okay, you can say the sentence over and over, but have different stresses on each word. It would already give a different meaning each time you say it. Okay, that's actually one of the things that you have to be careful. Even in everyday life, we do not put, even in emails, right? In emails, sometimes a person that is doing email, they're just straight, meaning they're just emailing it. However, how we read it personally, we put emotion into it, and sometimes we feel that the blame is on us when we receive that email, especially if the email is regarding things about lost report or a report that is needed. Sometimes because how we read it, we put emotion into it. That's one of the things that you also have to remember. Don't put emotion into what you read. Okay, you talk to the person first. You talk to the person first just to make sure if that is how it is written. It may have been, it's not how it is written. It's just that that's how they are. um, there are people who, when they write things, it's just they're just informing you, but because you are the one reading it, you put emotion into it. So just be very careful with that. Okay. All right, again, moving on. So this one, okay, just an example again. How you put the stress, it's really remarkable. Okay, because there's exclamation point, so you have to at least put a stress into it, right? Because if you're just reading it, it's really remarkable. It doesn't have any emotion anymore. But if you read it with the high pitch or with the rhythm, it's really remarkable. Yeah, it's like you're really at awe, right? The snake was enormous. The view is fantastic. A thunderous silence followed. How lovely. Okay, I hope that you are hearing what I'm telling you, guys, the difference of it. Okay, so that's actually how we do it. Okay, um, so I hope you guys learned, okay, something today. I actually had fun doing this session right now. This is because we're already connecting, right? Connecting what we have learned from previous days. And now we're doing it one by one on how we're going to do it, right? How we're going to do it when we're saying it. So you would need to, especially when you're reading. This is one of the things. That's why um, uh, we are asking you to read a book and read it out loud. Put emotion into it. This is already that part. Okay, the first one is because we have to start with the basic first, wherein we read. Okay, we don't put emotions yet, but the next steps would be, okay, of course this is like a ladder. We're going up. All right. Okay. Like what I said, I wanted to finish this until tomorrow, including the customer service, and to tap on the U.S. culture and geography, because that's the last one that we have. So I will continue with our discussion right now. What we're going to talk about is grammar. Of course, it's not just talking. Okay. We need to revisit grammar. Okay, let me just share my screen. Hopefully, I won't be able to share um, nothing like what I did yesterday. Um, well, I don't have a lot going on right today, so not like yesterday. There's a lot, but today I'm kind of chill. So here, um, we're going to tackle English grammar. Okay. Um, Like what I said, this is just a revisit of revisiting our English grammar when back in college and of course in high school. It's like what I said, sometimes we forget. Yeah, we forget when, especially when we do a lot of talking. When we do writing, okay, especially when we do emails, okay, even though we have tools to help us, it's still better that you are able to do it correctly. Okay. There. So this is what we're going to hold on. Let me just admit. Mm, the people that is waiting or that are waiting. Okay. Okay. So English grammar. What is the difference between written and spoken language? How is grammar going to make me sound more neutral? Okay. So it's not just writing it, but of course saying it as well. Let us see an example that we have here. Let us try to read it. Okay. To Margie, I am not surprised or wonder why Dennis leave you. Why? What reason can think? What reason you can think about but your very fat body? I thought before that Dennis only used me to his toy, but sooner and later I'm realized that he really can't not bear or stomached to be with you anymore because at first Dennis say he could not stand your habit of making pakialam all his walks and always calling to their house what he go home or this or that, and then he say he get ashamed to met either in school or in his family, and then asking you to exercise your very, very, very fat body, but you hate it. Though you're the most prettiest girls, you do not have the right to call me whatsoever, or else different name, one time or the other for the real purpose to insults my personality because I'm never call you names either in the front of Dennis or in the backs of Dennis. In the fronts and backs. See? But if you start already to calling me different name, I don't have any other choice but to call you other different name too. Like you are a pig, fat, obsessed, overweight, and ugly shaped girl. Shame to your body. That is to a buding. You can not blame Dennis for exchanging you to me because I'm the more sexier than you when you look at us in the mirror. I'm repeat again that you are like Ike Lozada when she is a girl. My goodness. From the sexiest girl of DM. P.S. You say that I'm the bad breathe. But who is Dennis? Is what to kiss, me or you or me, and the final is
This is so
Ima-
sad, ate. This is like the saddest story I've ever seen.
That's true. My goodness. See, um, so what's happening here is because we are a Filipino, we understand what she's trying to say, right? But for somebody who's not a Filipino, they won't understand it because what's happening here is she's translating literally what she has in mind, the Tagalog to English. Okay, that is why we always tell you to practice because that's the typical way of us Filipinos in speaking. Okay, we know the answer in Tagalog. If we have questions from clients, we know the answer in Tagalog in our mind. But because we're not practicing our mind to also think in English, what we're trying to do is translating it literally word per word in English. So this is what's going to happen if we do that. Okay, so that's why we are telling you to practice in thinking in English. Okay, it really takes practice, guys, but what you want to do is, that's why one of the things that we one of the things that we advise you is when you talk slowly. I do not, that's why I chose to not expound more on the liaison thing, because that takes practice. Okay, but at least you know what it means when you connect words. However, what we wanted you to do is to know how to think in English so that you would be able to answer in English as well. You don't have to speak fast like how I do it right now. Okay, while I'm talking to you, I'm already thinking what I'm going to say next. Okay, my mind is already thinking, okay, because I'm talking slow. Because the tendency, if you talk fast, your mind cannot grasp as well what you're trying to say. And that's the time wherein you get jumble in what you're saying and you don't make sense anymore in what you're saying. That's why you have to speak slow. Okay, it doesn't mean that too slow. Just like this face is enough. Okay, the face that I'm doing right now is enough, okay, for you to be able to convey what you want to say to your client. Okay, because if you talk too fast, the tendency is you jumble the words. The first thing is you jumble the words that you're saying. Second, you don't know what to say next. Third, you might say something else that is out of context of what you're saying in the first place. Okay, because your mind is already thinking this is what you're going to say next. Okay? That happens when you talk too fast. Your mind is trying to catch up with your mouth. Okay, so that's why you practice to speak slow. So your mind also would be able to have that space to think of what you're going to say next. Okay, you practice that. You need to practice that because what will happen is if you're going to, because you know the answer in Tagalog, okay, what will happen is your mind will be stuck up because you're trying to translate each word, okay, each word in Tagalog into English. Okay, and that's why you have to um, practice your mind. Practice your mind in thinking in English so that you would also be able to speak the language. And of course, one practice is for you to speak out loud. Okay. Um, I'll give you one activity. Okay. Let me just pause my screen real quick and just look for that. What I wanted you to do is to look at a picture. Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. And what I want you to do is talk about that picture for 2 minutes. Okay. Talk about that picture for 2 minutes. I will time you. Okay. I will time you. Let me pick one person first, just as a practice. Okay. Let me pick one person first, just as a practice. What I'm going to do is show you a picture. I'll give you 30 seconds to look at it. And then I'll tell you when to start and when to stop talking about that picture. Okay, this is just a practice for you guys. I'll just pick one person first, and then later on, okay, I'll show another picture, and all of you, okay, would need to talk about it. Make sure that it's just 2 minutes. Record yourself. Okay, make sure that it's just that mark 2 minutes. Okay, I'll give you all 2 minutes to or 30 seconds to look at the picture. You have to ready your recording already so that when I say start, you start talking about that picture. And then when I say stop, you stop. Okay. But right now, just a sample, I'm going to pick one person. Okay. And I will ask you to look at a picture for 30 seconds. And then I will tell you to, when to start and when to stop. Okay. Let's see. I'm not going to show the picture just yet. I'm going to call a person first. Okay, this is just a practice, okay? Let's see. Um, any volunteer who wants to volunteer? I want to volunteer before I pick someone. Don't be afraid, okay? Don't be afraid. This is a practice that I want you to do. To um, who would like to volunteer for this activity? No one? No brave soul? So I need to pick somebody. Marose, pick someone for me.
Emily Babylonia.
Okay, Emily.
Hello, coach.
Hi.
I'm the
So
lucky.
you're the lucky person.
Oh my god.
Congratulations.
I feel nervous now.
Don't be nervous. This is a practice. Okay. Um, of course, what will happen is because I want to train your mind, okay, on how you're going to do this. It's like impromptu speech, okay.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a picture right now. I'll give you 30 seconds like what I said, and then I will tell you when to start. Hold on, let me just have
Okay,
my
coach.
timer up. Okay, I'll show you the picture now. So here's the picture. I'll give you 30 seconds to look at it first. All right, you may start.
Um, what I see in this picture is the sun shines so bright. It I think that like us. I'm sorry, coach. I cannot communicate well in English.
Go ahead, continue whatever you want to
Okay.
say.
Just like what it tells me that when we wake up, we woke up in the morning. There's a new beginning for all of us, and we don't have to be. We don't have to feel that we don't and don't think. Wait, coach.
Go ahead. You can talk about the colors that you see.
Okay, coach. Okay. In this picture, I saw the sun shines so bright, and just like when we woke up in the morning, we have to think that there's always a new beginning for us, and I see that there's a lot of I'm sorry. I think my mind is not working.
You're actually doing really good. Just
Yeah,
tell us exactly
Be-
how you feel.
um, because
Do you like sunrise or sunsets?
okay, I like sunrise because I like sunrise.
Okay, you may stop.
I'm
So that's
sorry,
Right?
coach.
exactly 2 minutes. Okay.
I feel
So
nervous.
no, that's
It's okay.
okay.
She
Yes, you
actually did
actually
That's
well,
why
right?
my mind is not
yes.
working.
Yes, you actually did well. Your thought is already there. That's what I'm saying. So you already have what you need to do is, I guess, in a picture like this, this is a good practice for you guys. Okay, um, your thought is already there. What you wanted to say. That is what I was conveying with you guys. Um, You can see the picture. You know what it is. You know how to, what to say in Tagalog in your mind. So in Tagalog, you might be thinking, okay, I'm saying it, I'm going to say it in Tagalog. Um, may bukas pa, um, may sunrise, may sunset, may mga may what do you call this? Uh, may mga damo, ang ganda ng itsura because it's a sunrise. Like what they, you have that in Tagalog. You have all of it. Okay, you wanted to speak about it in Tagalog, but what we're trying to do is the practice is for you to be able to say it in English, right? Okay, you may start with the colors that you see. Okay, this is a sunset. It can be a sunrise. I'm not sure what it is. I can see clouds. The clouds are gray. There are blue. There are rays. If you can see, there are rays there because the sunrise or the sunset wanted to show itself, but because of the gray clouds, it cannot. You are not, or you are obstructed to see the whole, sunrise or sunset. But if you put it in a feeling, um, you'd be able to see that the rays are trying to push through, meaning that there is hope, right? Looking at this scene, it's tranquil, it makes you calm, and it shows you that there is hope with whatever is happening right now. See what I'm doing? Okay. So once you already have that thought, you can go ahead and explore that and stay with that thought because you've already started with there's a new beginning. I heard you said that.
Yes po.
Um, right? I heard you said that there's a new beginning, that you can go ahead and do that, right? With what's happening today. This is really a good picture. Looking at this picture, I see hope. With whatever happening today, we do our best to adapt with whatever is happening. You see where I'm going? So that's what all of you, okay? That's what I want you to do as practice, okay? Every day, what you do, okay? So that you can practice your mind, okay? You be like a blogger, okay? Look at a picture, talk about it in 2 minutes. Okay, you look at a picture all the every day, just a practice, just like a 5 minute practice. You can do two picture a day. Okay, and then look at that picture and then talk about it in 2 minutes. If you think about it, 2 minutes is just a short time. However, when you're already talking, okay, it seems like, especially when you are on this, when you're put on the spot, sometimes your mind gets blocked and you cannot think anymore. However, when you're already talking to someone, you cannot tell that person already. So you cannot tell that person that, hold on, I'm having a mental block, right? If you're already there, this is like being an actress, okay? A stage actress, a Broadway actress. When you're already on the stage, you have to continue. You can do ad lib if you want. If you forget the lines, you can do the ad lib as long as you continue. Okay, you let your mind talk, and you let your mind be free so that you would be able to talk freely. Okay, again, this is just that's what I want you to do every day, to practice it. Okay, look at different pictures all the time. Okay, what you need to do is look at pictures every time as a practice, and then record yourself on your cell phone, then listen to yourself after. Did you make sense? Where did you get, where were you wrong? Are all my grammars correct? Okay. Better yet, have somebody listen to you. Ask them an honest opinion. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Okay. So that's what I want to do. So everybody, right now, I'm going to go and show a picture. Please ready your recording. Okay. And then I will show you a picture. I'll give you 30 seconds to look at it first. When everybody is Ready? Okay, I will say start. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute instead of 30 seconds so that you can gather your thoughts, because 30 seconds is just, that's just my practice. Okay, that's just my practice because I'm pushing my mind to really look at a picture, and then 30 seconds, because you have to train your mind to have that train of thoughts. Okay, what you're going to say next. It's impromptu, like what I said, because you have to think fast when you're already on that phone. Okay, when somebody asks you a question, you are able to answer right away. So this is a practice. Okay, guys, I'll give you a minute instead to look at a picture, the picture that I will show, and then I will tell you when to start, then I will tell you when to stop. Instead of 2 minute mark, I'll give you 3 minutes so that you have time to click on whatever and save. Okay, but make sure that it's just 2 minutes for you talking. Okay, to save everything. I will tell you to how we're going to do that. Again, Mary already provided the link for you to record. Okay, again, I'll give 3 minutes. I'll time it. This is the picture. So again, this is a different picture, all right? I'll give you a minute to look at the picture.
I miss Manila and MRT.
True.
Last time I was there was 2019.
Imagine,
Yeah.
right? So again, 1 minute to gather your thoughts and get ready. Okay, we're already at the 35 second. Get ready to record yourself. You see a lot of things here, so you should be able to talk about a lot of things. That 2 minute would be easy. Okay. Start recording. You're at 1 minute, 60 seconds to go. Stop recording. Okay. So there. I hope everybody was able to stop their recording. Let me go ahead and pass your recording. Okay.
Activity sheet is already posted on our chat box, and it's also on, for those who are on YouTube, it's pinned in the comment section.
Okay. Again, okay. So what I would like you to do starting today, okay, you do this activity every day. Okay, this is for you to practice your mind in thinking in English and speaking the language. Okay, when you look at a picture, don't just look at it and talk about it inside your mind. I need you to record yourself. Okay, or let's say you can go ahead and probably with your children go ahead and talk about that picture with your children. You can look at, coloring books. You can look at uh, okay, that's what you can do as a practice. All right, so make sure that when you practice, okay, uh, think in English. It's not going to be perfect the first time. Don't worry about it. What's going to be important is for you to be able to practice your mind. Again, when you do it the first time, it's not always going to be perfect. Okay, it's not always going to be perfect. But with constant practice, if you're always doing it, you will be able to train your mind to speak in English and I think in English for that matter. Okay? All right. That's what I'm trying to say here. Okay? So, again, practice, practice, practice. That's what you do every day. Okay? So let's just pass that pictures that I see here. Okay, let's just revisit parts of speech real quick. Okay, so that we'd be able to tackle a lot because my slides, if you notice, we're on 109. I still have until 221, 20. So we're in the middle.
Are we going to finish all of that today?
Not today.
Okay.
Not today, but I at least be able to
Tap on a couple
discuss
of
as
them. Yeah. Okay.
yes. All right. So just revisiting parts of speech. Okay. Nouns, of course, we all know nouns. Name a person, place, thing, idea, state, or quality. Okay. We all know noun. Okay, but for those who already forgot what it is, classifications would be common, proper, mass, collective, compound. Gender of nouns, feminine, masculine, and neutral. Okay, you have American, a sample American, library, laptop, tortoise, democracy, hunger, integrity. Okay, so those are your samples. Next, of course, pronouns, words that take the place of a noun. This is used when you don't want to repeat the noun or unable to directly name the noun. Okay. Types can be personal, intensive, reflexive, interrogative, demonstrative, indefinite. Case, okay, nomin, sorry, nominative, objective, possessive. I, you, he, she, it, we, they, everyone, each, some, anybody. Okay, if you don't want to repeat the noun, you can use pronouns, of course. Next, Filipinos have the tendency to interchange gender forms of a pronoun, sometimes using him and her throughout a conversation to refer to one person. In Filipino, pronouns may have the same or even more functions as English pronouns, but have less forms. Example, okay, the book is with me. Okay, Filipino, nasa akin ang libro. Literal translation, with me the book. That's how we're going to sound if we're going to literally translate it. Okay, but I know you get what I'm trying to say here. Okay, using the right pronoun. When selecting the right pronoun to use, make sure that the pronoun and the noun match in the following aspects. A grammatical person. First person refers to the speaker. Yeah, we interchange sometimes. Okay. Second person refers to the person being spoken to. Third person refers to others who are not the speaker or the one being spoken to. Gender and number. Okay. You might interchange because sometimes when we're talking about, especially when we're telling a story, this is what happens. Sometimes we don't know how to refer to the first person anymore, or the second person, or the third person for that matter. Okay, that's why we put names on it. Okay, just to convey what we're trying to say when we're telling a story. But we need to know how to do this properly. Okay, verbs. We know verbs, right? Words that express in action, an action, occurrence, or state of being. Okay, action verbs. Okay, you have transitive, call, hate, like, read. Intransitive, walk, jump, dance, stand. Linking verbs. M is our seem, look, appear. You have your helping verbs be, do, have. Like when you say, I do have to dance later on. Okay. So something like that. I do have to stand from time to time because I've been sitting for 4 hours now. Okay, so something like that. Right. Modifiers. Modifiers are words that describe other words. Okay, adjectives and adverbs. How can you tell? Determine its purpose in the sentence. Okay, so sometimes we have a lot of modifiers when we're talking. Okay, that happens because what we're doing is we're prolonging what we're trying to say. That is okay. However, when you're writing it, it's better when you're writing. It's better to be concise. No, but when we're talking and we're trying to of course, we also still have that keep it simple, right? If you know how to do that, keep it simple, then it's easier. That is, if you know what you're going to say to keep it simple. But because we Filipinos, we tend to grasp for words, okay? Um, for now, because what I want you to do is for you to be able to practice in speaking and in talking. As long as you are able to convey, then go ahead and talk, okay, what you want to say. But okay, if you know how to do it already, you will be, I promise you, once you already train your mind to think in English, you will be able to keep everything simple because you already know how to do it straight to the point. Okay, however, because what we're trying to do right now is for you to really practice in speaking, go ahead, talk and talk. Okay, go ahead and talk. Because sometimes what happens if you are not able to make a point? Okay, you are not able to really convey what you're trying to say if you keep it simple. Okay, because we're lacking of words. Sometimes when we construct the sentence, it doesn't have any subject at all. But for you in your mind, that's what you wanted to say already. However, it's lacking for those who are reading it or for those who are listening to you. Okay. So what I would like you to do for right now is for you, because what I want you is to practice it. Go ahead and talk. Okay. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and say it. Whatever it is in your mind. Okay. Okay. Next. Oh, sorry. Okay, modifiers, adjectives, describe nouns or pronouns. The order is ODA or ODASCOM. Opinion, dimension, age, size, color, origin, material. Sample, amazing, round, ancient, thin, magenta, Spanish, wood. Okay, next. Modifiers as adverbs describe words that are not nouns or pronouns. They can describe a verb, adjective, or another adverb. Some adverbs will also connote time, including frequency and place. Okay, professionally, efficiently, fast, almost. So time when, okay, tomorrow, later, yesterday, soon. I will be there soon. I will come tomorrow. Okay, I will go tomorrow. I will call you later. We had cake yesterday. No, like that. Place, where? Of course, here, there, everywhere. Okay, like a song. Where? So here, we'll be having our meeting here at my house, or we'll be having the meeting there at the school. Okay. We can see it everywhere. Okay, and then the manner how, gradually, gently, loudly. Please talk gently. Okay. Right. So you know how to you're going to use it. Frequency. How many times? Sometimes, often. Degree. What extent? Nearly. Almost. Very. Quite. Okay. So those are your samples. Modifiers. Misplaced modifier. A misplaced modifier is one that fails to modify the intended element, noun, verb, or adverb of the sentence. This is the incorrect. I sat down to pick up the phone quickly. The professor will explain how our system works on Monday. It's incorrect. Why it's incorrect? This is the correct one. I quickly sat down to pick up the phone. I sat down to quickly pick up the phone. On Monday, the professor will explain how our system works. But if you look at this, because we're Filipino, we understand what it is, right? I sat down to pick up the phone quickly. But it's a misplaced modifier if you think about it, literally. Okay? The professor will explain how our system works on Monday. We understand it, yes, but grammatically, okay, the placement of your modifiers is incorrect. Okay, so this is the correct one. Okay, I quickly sat down to pick up the phone. Okay, so there. Articles. Basically, an article is an adjective. It introduces a noun. They are the, a, and an, or an. Okay, use the when talking about specific things in singular or plural subjects. Okay, an a when introducing a singular noun that start with a consonant. An when introducing a singular noun that starts with a vowel sound. Because sometimes what we do here, always see this, especially in writing. They don't know how to place an a and an. Okay, so again, a, you use an a when introducing a singular noun that starts with a consonant. An when introducing a singular noun that starts with a vowel sound. Okay. Next, prepositions. Oh, this one. Even me, I am not perfect in using preposition. I interchange some of the prepositions. But of course, we need to learn how to use it properly. Okay? A preposition describes a relationship such as space, time, cause, or manner between its object and the other words in a sentence. In itself, a word like in or after is rather meaningless and hard to define in mere words. So you have your prepositions of place, prepositions of movement, prepositions of time and date, prepositions for since, while, during, over, and within, the functional preposition with. Okay, we'll look at that on the next slides. Okay, prepositions of place, at, on, and in. We use at for specific addresses. Okay, example, Grammar English lives at 55 Barrett's Road in Durham. Okay. For point of place or location, at the corner, at the bus stop, at the bottom of the page, at the center of the herd. Because sometimes we use on the corner, right? On the bus stop. Okay. So when we're providing a place, it should be at. Okay. Next, prepositions of place. Again, we use on to designate names of streets, avenues, etc. Her house is on Boretz Road. Okay. See the difference when at there's a specific, okay, but on is just say her house is on. It's not specific. So surfaces. The poster were hung on the wall. Directions. The building is on the left. Okay, when you're giving directions. Okay, and then let's move on. In. For the names of land areas, towns, counties, states, countries, and continents. She lives in Durham. Spaces, bodies of water, lines. The printer is in the room. So you don't have a specific place in the room. But if you have a specific place in the room, let's say uh, top of the table, you can say the printer is on top of the table inside the room to your left. Okay, there. Or on your left. You can use that. See? So sometimes it's really hard to do that. However, for us to be able to, especially if we are writing, okay, this is important when we're writing. If you're talking about it, you can get away with wrong prepositions. Okay, but if you're writing it, yeah, you have to be careful on how you place it. Next. Okay, next is your comparatives and superlatives. Comparatives and superlatives are special forms of adjectives. They are used to compare two or more nouns. Comparatives are used to compare two nouns. John is fatter than Josh. Superlatives are used to compare more than two nouns. We typically use the article the because there is only one superlative. John is the fattest person I know. Okay, there's a note there. Do not use the conjunction than if you do not mean to compare nouns. Okay, so there should be a comparison if you're going to use than. Of course, the very famous SVA, or subject verb agreement. Okay, the term agreement in grammar is used to denote the relationship between the subject and its verb, and the pronoun and its antecedent. For a present tense, you can't have two S endings at the same time, one of the subject and the other on the verb. Okay, as it shows there, can't have two S endings. Okay, for present tense. Let's see samples. Basic rule of subject verb agreement: singular subject, singular verb. The system prints the checks. The customer is waiting for you. Okay, subject is the customer. Okay, so please use this: singular subject, singular verb, plural subject, plural verb. We review a lot of documents. Tickets are updated hourly. Okay. Linking verbs. The verb agrees with the subject rather than the word that flows or follows. Sorry. The complement: his problem is frequent injuries. Compound subjects: when two or more singular subjects joined by and or both, and a plural form of the verb is required. Jessica and Matthew plan to visit their former professor. Okay. Again, I know some of you already, probably this is a bit boring for you, but we're just revisiting it. Okay, this is for you to be, especially when you're writing things. Okay, when you are writing things, your SVA, okay, it, it should be. I'm not saying that it should be perfect, but at least you have that. You know that it should be correct. Subject verb agreement. When you're talking, sometimes you can get away with it, especially if you have the words flowing out of your mouth. Okay. Sometimes, especially if you've already practiced speaking or thinking in English, it's going to be easier to talk. It's going to be easier to really say things. Okay. Even your Native Americans, they're not grammatically correct, because when they're conveying things, especially over the phone, they sound, but as long as you are frequent, you're fluent in speaking or uttering words, then you can get away with this. But when we're writing, that's a different story. Right? Indefinite pronouns. Okay, singular: any, anybody, anyone, anything, each, either. Either and either are accepted. Everybody, everyone, everything, neither, no, nobody, no one, nothing, one, somebody, someone, many, a much. Okay. Each American knows what the first law is about. Plural: both, few. See there a sample: each American. Okay. Each Filipino. Okay. Plural: both, few, fewer, many, others, several, they, few. Several tourists go to Florida to see the Space Center. Singular, plural: none, enough, some, all, most. Okay. Tips: the pronoun you will always take a plural verb, even if it acts as a singular or plural pronoun. The pronoun I is always a singular pronoun, but takes a plural verb. The singular verbs that go with the pronoun I are am, present tense, and was, past tense. Okay. We will concentrate on the simple verb tenses. Okay, let's see. Eat. Of course, ate, eats, will eat. Okay, we know this: past, present, and future, right? The tenses. Okay. Sometimes we Filipinos are also we interchange the tenses. Okay. Like what I said, as long as you can, as long as you're fluent, you can get away with it. Okay. But we are practicing. Okay. So make sure that you are also aware of using your tenses. Verb tenses, a characteristic or form of a verb that indicates the time of the action, occurrence, or state of being expressed by the verb. Okay. Guideline, do not shift from one tense to another if the time frame for each action or state is the same. So let's see here. This is the confusing. I explained to the customer that the invoice needs the approval of his manager. The system did not show that. The manager approves his expenses. We understand this, but however, it's confusing. Okay. It's confusing. Okay, this is no again shift tenses only if there is a change in time, one action or state. Confusing. I will call the customer to let him know what I will find out about the invoice. I will. See that? I will. So that revised. I will call the customer to let him know what I found out about the invoice. Next, avoid fancy words and phrases when simpler ones convey the idea. Instead of John, the manager who is managing accounts payable, required each and every team on the floor to meet the processing deadlines for the invoices. John, the manager, and then managing. We already know that John is the manager, but it's still stated managing accounts payable. Each and every team. Okay. Replace it with John, the accounts payable manager, required everyone to meet their processing deadlines. Okay, because each and every one where you can use just everyone or each and every team where you can use everyone. Okay, this is to make it simple. Okay. However, when you're talking like what I'm saying, what I want you to do, this is the correct usage. Maybe you're telling, saying to yourself, Coach Lynette is so confusing. I don't know what you want to say. Okay, this is the correct. What I'm showing you is the correct way. Yes, but because you are practicing, okay, you guys are practicing. What I want you to do is talk and talk and talk so that you can practice. Once you already, once you already know what you're going to say next, or you've already you've already asked your mind or you've already trained your mind to think in English, then you can keep it simple so that you can convey. But if you train your mind to keep it simple now, okay, because you have to widen your vocabulary, your vocabulary, guys. Okay, I want you to widen your vocabulary. I want you to know how to look for words that is appropriate for what you are thinking in your mind, especially if you have it in Tagalog, the answer in Tagalog in your mind. So you have to widen your vocabulary. If you're going to keep it simple, you won't know what word you should be using because you're not practicing your mind on that. You can do that once you already know how to do it. Okay, once you already are fluent in thinking in English and how you're going to say things. Okay. Yes, this is correct. Express, don't impress. But you know, for you guys, what I want you to do, like what I said, is just practice first. Practice first. Okay. Okay. This is just some word usage. Okay. The difference between the two, accept and accept. Because sometimes we interchange. Again, accept means to receive, while accept means to exclude or leave out or exclude. Okay. John accepted the task that was assigned to him. All the agents were tired except for James because the sound of it, okay, it's like it's the same, right? The sound is the same. Okay, however, of course, you have to know the difference or the meaning of the two. Next, less and fewer. Okay, the words less and fewer have similar meanings, but they cannot be used interchangeably. Use fewer when referring to an amount that could be expressed as a specific number. Use less when making comparisons that do not lend themselves to numeric amounts. Example, we have fewer than 100 invoices left to encode. There is less water in the lake this time of year. Okay, see, you use fewer when you there's a number, a numeric number. But if there's no numeric number, making comparison, you can use less. Next, it's or its. When writing, okay, there's a lot of mistakes regarding this. Okay, when you're talking about it, you can get away with it. But when you're writing, make sure that it's correct. Okay, the word its is a contraction of it is or it has. The word its is a possessive pronoun meaning of it or belonging to it. Example, Citrix has its own email function. Okay, the next one or the next sentence, it's a dream come true. Because again, it's a contraction of it is. Okay, just make sure that when you're using this and if you're confused, try to use it with the word it is. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. If it doesn't sound right, then that's wrong. Okay. It's a dream come true. It is a dream come true. Okay. If you use it, Citrix has its own email function. You cannot use Citrix has its own email function, right? It doesn't sound correct. So what you use is the one without the apostrophe. Okay. And then of course you're there. There means belonging to them. There means in or at that place as opposed to here. There is a contraction of they are. Okay. Samples, their mom made them eat vegetables. They're happy because they get paid today. Are you sure he's not there? So the sound are all the same. However, again, on how you use it in writing differs. Then your and your. Your is always a contraction of you are. Your is the possessive form of the pronoun you. So it means belonging to you. So when you say you're welcome, you're welcome. Submit your report when you're finished. Same thing as with your it's. Okay? You are. Okay? Submit you because when you use submit you are report, that's wrong, right? So this is more on your writing. Okay? I know all of you already knows this. Okay? But we're just again revisiting it so that when you are writing it, okay, we won't look like how Ate did it on the first slide when she's trying to say something about uh, about the fat person. Okay, so this is when you're writing it. Next, business versus colloquial. Gonna or wanna. It's still better if you sound professional. Okay. You can again, if you are already, if it's the first time that you're meeting, it's better that you sound professional. If it's your second time, third time talking, of course you have, you're already comfortable with the person. It's okay to have, you can use colloquial at times, but not all the time. Okay, so gonna or wanna, it's better if you're going to use going to or want to instead of yeah, yup, yes. Okay, instead of not a problem, no worries, sure. You can use that, it's fine. You can say you're welcome. I'm glad I could help. Okay. You can use not a problem if, like what I said, if you're already comfortable with the person you're speaking with. But, sometimes, well, all the time actually, if it's the first time meeting and it's, let's say, it's a possible client or a possible, uh, it's something about sales, it's better if you sound professional, especially if you are over the phone, talking over the phone. Okay. Even in emails. Okay, in emails, it's okay if you're going to use not a problem, no worries. If it's already your, like what I said, you're already working with that person for a long time. But if you are talking with, let's say, a VP or a professional, again, it should be professional or business type when you are writing. When you're placing the caller on hold, give me a sec or hold on or one moment. Again, it's professional. It's more professional if you provide minutes. Okay, may I ask for 2 minutes to get the information from you? When you're already, let's say, talking for an hour, then probably you can already, uh, say the, give me a second, I'm just trying to look for that. You can use that while you're already talking, but you're not going to place them on hold. Just give me a second, let me try and look at the different system here. I have different tools in front of me, and I would like to make sure that I have the correct information. Just give me a second, all right? I'm still here, I won't place you on hold. See how I did it? Okay, so that's fine. But if you are using your, if you are putting them on hold, make sure that you provide minutes. Do not say, may I place you on hold for a moment? Because when you say a moment, that's a long time. Okay, so it's professional if you provide number of minutes, how long you're going to place them on hold. Fragmented questions such as, sorry, member's ID or account number, okay, name, date of birth. It's better if you place may have. Okay, especially if you want to make sure that who you're speaking with is the correct person, may I have your name, please. You cannot just say to whoever you're talking to, name. It doesn't sound professional at all. Especially if you just stated, hi, my name is Lynette. Thank you for calling us. How may I help you? And then when the person say, yeah, I would like some help with this and that. And then you just say name. So what name? Whose name? Okay, so that's why make sure that you may have your name, please. Okay, say my name is Mary Mary Rose Ganson. Would it be okay if I call you Mary? Don't assume that it's okay for them to call them with their first name. Okay, so make sure that you ask first. Because sometimes there are people, who would like to be called by their, let's say, call me Mrs. Ganson. So meaning call them by Mrs. Ganson. Okay, they get offended. Sometimes they have that air wherein they want, it's like looking down at you. However, that's how they would like to be called. So use that. If they say, oh, call me Mary. Oh, hi, Mary. Okay, so there. All right. Okay, so this one, it's already customer service skills on the next slide. Okay. Um, I don't want to. Let's see. Hold on. Maybe I can look at it. Look at the slides first and see. And I can get. Sorry. Okay, I can still discuss this. Customer service. Let's just discuss a few slides and then we will stop so that you can have your break. I know a lot of us are moms and we still need to cook a rice like what you did yesterday, what you had yesterday. Okay, so let us tackle the customer service. Okay, just a few slides, just an introduction. Again, customer service, of course, because what you're doing right now or what you'll be doing is talking over the phone. So it is important that you know your customer service skills. Okay, introduction to this: your voice, your voice. Okay, voice attributes of a good speaker. Of course, you have to have that voice projection, speech rate, and then pitch. Okay, pitch. Then we will talk about phone courtesies, your opening spiel, placing a call on hold, guidelines to advising, call transfers, concluding the conversation. And then we will also talk about listening skills, hearing versus listening, active listening, purpose and effects of active listening, four stages of active listening, barriers to active listening, how to develop listening skills. And then we'll also talk about managing customer perceptions, your confidence and positive scripting. Okay, we will talk about that. Call handling skills, content versus emotion. We'll talk about emotional hot buttons, calls from different types of customers, diffusing callers' emotions. Okay, we will talk about those. Okay, introduction. Moment of truth. A moment of truth during a service interaction is any instance when a customer has an opportunity to form an impression of the quality of service you provide. This is why the first thing that we learn is how to speak. Okay? Because when a call comes in or when you call a customer s- in customer service or over the phone, in calls, okay, in this type of industry that we have right now, first impression last. Okay, so if you sound sleepy when you open the spiel or when you call the customer, then they won't think that you are there to help or you are accommodating at all. Okay, because you're the one that they are, especially when they are calling. Okay, you're the person that they have spoken to, then you have to make a lasting impression to them that you are willing to assist them, that you are there to help them. This is the purpose why they're calling. Okay, they won't call if they don't need help or if they don't have any questions. Okay, in essence, when you talk to the person or when you're calling a person, okay, again, the first impression as well matter. Okay, because if you are nice to the person, they will talk to you. But if you sound robotic, who would want to talk to you if you are calling? Why would they want to talk to you if you cannot get their interest? Okay, So there. So what I want, or what we want you to do is, of course, for you to be able to um, give that lasting impression to whoever you're calling, or to have whoever calls you. Yes, that's important. Okay. Voice. Your voice is your agent. More than any other factors, your voice serves to establish an image of you in the minds of others. Voice attributes of a good speaker: has good voice projection, has average or flexible speech rate, uses speech to an advantage to convey the real message. It's the same thing as what I'm doing here in front of you, or I'm talking with you, or speaking with you. You won't listen to me if I don't, if I'm robotic, if I'm transactional, right? You won't listen to me. Okay, if I don't get, you need to get the attention of your callers, you need to get the attention of your customers. Okay, what I'm doing right now, you are my customers, I am the agent. That's why I have to make sure that my voice projection is clear and concise to all of you, so that you will be able to hear me clearly. Again, the speech, the average speech rate should be, the average should be fine, or the average should be, just the speech rate should be not too fast and not too slow. Because when I speak fast, you won't be able to understand me. Of course, there are tendencies wherein I speak fast, but most of the time I speak slow, because I want everyone to be able to hear what I'm trying to say. I want you to know what I want to teach you. The same thing when you are already talking with somebody. Okay. So what I'm doing right now is I'm putting pitch to some of the words that I'm saying. This is because for to get your attention and to get the emotion clear with all of you. This is what I wanted to say. If, for example, I talk like this, and this is how I teach you. The rate of my speech is like this, and the voice is like this. What I would do is, if my rate, or if my sound is like that, would you listen to me? I don't think so, right? You will not listen to me if I am monotone, if I don't have feelings in what I'm saying. Okay, you need to have that feelings. You understand? I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Okay, again, uses pitch to an average. This is to convey the real message, because you know um, it is really an advantage if you use that. The rhythm and stress of each word, or we're done with that. So it's part of it that when you are talking, for you to be able to, like what I said, for you to be able to convey the meaning of what you wanted to say, especially if you have speech. Because there are times wherein, let's be honest, we write down, what we want, what we can say, especially if we are listening to a lot of, or we are watching a lot of videos in YouTube's of what you're going to say next. What we do is we write it down. We write it down, and oh, I can use this pill. Oh, I can use this to answer my customer. I don't like that. What I want you to do is to be able to do it, properly. It's okay to read about it, but it depends on, because I don't like writing it, because sometimes when you write it, it's you tend to use it all the time. And like what I said, when you write a spiel or a template, sometimes you don't answer the specific question already, because you have like a set of spiel that you have written down. It's better if it comes from your heart when you're answering, okay, not through spills, especially when you're introducing yourself in an interview. Okay, in an interview, most especially, what we do sometimes is we write down what we're going to say, and then we read it when the interviewer tells us, okay, can you tell me something about yourself? Give me a small, or a brief introduction of your experience. And what we do is, what we have done is already wrote it down. Okay, and then we read it. When we read it, we don't put emotions anymore. Okay, we don't put emotions anymore. So sometimes, of course, your interviewer will be able to know that you're just reading what you're saying. That's why I don't like writing it. Okay, it's okay to write like tabs, I guess, or points of what you're going to say, but writing the whole thing that you're going to say to your interviewer, it takes practice for you to put no emotions into that. What we wanted you to do, or what I want you to do, is to be able to talk freely. Because if you're writing it and you read it when you're already asked about it, and sometimes when we read it, your interviewer definitely would know if you're just reading what you're saying. I actually do that with my interviews when I'm interviewing, first time call center um, associates when they're applying for a BPO. You can actually hear them. You can actually hear that they're reading it because there's no emotion. There's even no pauses because they don't do the periods. They're reading what they have written. So what I want you to do is, of course, for you to be able to freely talk. All right. Okay, I will stop here. Okay, so again, good afternoon or good morning to everyone who attended today's sessions. Um, Happy Friday to everyone. I can't wait. I really can't wait for the weekend. This week has been a roller coaster ride for me. It's because, of course, I'm doing this and I'm also doing the my regular job. So in my regular job, there's a lot of chaos right now. So this what I'm doing right now is actually like a um, it comforts me what I'm doing right now with you guys because I do not think of anything else. I'm just training. So this is actually like a me time for me, which is very good. Because of course, being a mother, um, and here at home, so you also have to take care of here at home and doing my work, and there's a lot of stuff. So I just can't wait for the weekend so that I can at least rest. Um, for 2 days. Actually, I still have interviews tomorrow, Saturday. That's how you know how it is at this stage, Rose, because it's open enrollment in January. So
Yeah.
during this time of year, it's really ramping in call center, especially in healthcare accounts. So that's what's been happening. So let us continue with our discussion right now, guys. So we are, of course, in the customer service skills. Just going back to what we have discussed yesterday, or just an introduction to customer service skills. One of the things that we have to take care of, or one of the things that we have to um, project, is our voice. Okay, like what is stated here in our slide right now. Your voice is your agent. This is our primary tool, okay, to get or to do this job. So we must make sure that to being a good speaker, we take care of it. Okay, so voice attributes of a good speaker: has a good voice projection, has average or flexible speech rate, and uses pitch to an advantage to convey the real message. Okay, I was able to discuss that yesterday. So continuing to the next slide. Okay, so for voice projection, defined as the loudness or softness of the voice. Okay. Audible enough for the caller to hear you, but never yell. Be conscious with your posture throughout the day. because that is also, it affects your voice. Breathing can be both voluntary and involuntary. For the purpose of voice projection, breathe more from the diaphragm, the muscles beneath the rib cage, as well as the abdominal muscles. Practice tightening and releasing these muscles slowly several times. Okay, because if we're going to do this, if you're going to do this job, of course, um, you'll be talking, throughout the day. Okay? So most of you probably would be talking for straight 7 to 8 hours. Okay, so of course we have to take care of our voice. Right now, my voice is a bit husky. This is because from all of the meetings that I had yesterday. But you still need to be clear. Okay, so it shows here that your posture is important. So make sure that when you are, of course, when you're already starting, working. Okay, make sure that your posture or how you're sitting. Okay, you shouldn't slouch. Okay, there are times, of course, that you will be slouching because that's how you sit. But make sure that you, from time to time, you straighten your back. Okay, try to, even if you're talking with somebody, try to stand up from time to time. If you've been sitting for too long, make sure that you stand up as well. That's part of your exercise. Okay, because what will happen is, of course, your posture or your body would have an effect on your voice as well. If you do not have a correct posture, sometimes how you talk, if you're slouching, it will sound like you're sleepy. It will sound you're not interested to the person that you're speaking with. So you have to make sure that from time to time you correct your posture. Okay. All right. How would the following be affected by your voice? Of course, the very first one, confidence. Okay. Your confidence in speaking. Next, your courteousness. Okay, you will not sound courteous. Okay, because you will sound like you're tired. Okay. Enthusiasm. Okay, so that's part of it. And sincerity. If you're feeling something, of course, it's hard. If you're feeling down or you're feeling under the weather, it really is going to be hard to convey enthusiasm. However, we have to get past that because this is our job. So you have to make sure that you take care of yourself, especially right now with what's been happening. Okay, even if you're at home, you would still feel sick because of the weather that we're having right now. And of course, in this situation or in this world that we have right now, if you get sick, you'll be afraid right away because you might think that you already have COVID, right? So you really have to take care of yourself. Make sure that you drink vitamins, you take vitamins, uh, uh, drink a lot of water. So you have to take care of yourself, really. Okay? Ask yourselves these questions. Do I mumble? Do I whisper? Am I monotonous? Do I articulate? Is my voice a rain cloud or a rainbow? Okay. So of course, it's very important. I've been telling this to you that when you open your call, you really have to sound cheerful. Now, in some cases, of course, in guys, because they have this monotonous voice, this baritone voice, it's really hard for them to you speak up like, "Thank you for calling today." They cannot do that, right? But at least you would sound like you're ready to help. Thank you for calling today. Even if you have that, your rhythm would be downward. At least you have that stress in some words that you'd be able to convey that you are willing to help. Even if I'm monotonous, not monotonous, but even if my voice is a baritone voice, I can still show, or I can show my feelings to the customer by having that correct opening. Thank you for calling today. See? Or you can say, if you have that, cheerful voice, thank you for calling today. See what I'm saying? Even if it's, your voice is downward or your tone is downward, you can still convey that you are willing to help with how you pronounce each word and the stress. Okay? Remember, your intonation is it's like, it's the rise and pitch of the voice, right? So you just make sure that when you are stating that, you show that you're really willing to help. You have to have that enthusiasm. Okay. Next, speech rate. Speech rate is the term given to the speed at which you speak. It's calculated in the number of words spoken in a minute. A normal number of words per minute can vary hugely. Okay, this affects, of course, with people that you are speaking with as well. But here, what we're teaching is remember the standard accent. So the speech, the speed of that um, speech, or the speed of that speech would be just not too fast and not too slow. Okay, um, depending on where they are located, the one that you're speaking with. Okay, it will also affect, because sometimes, when you've been doing this for a long time, whoever that you're talking to, sometimes you match how they speak. Okay, sometimes you actually adapt the adapt their accent. Okay, there are times, or that happens, wherein um, agents or call center representatives would have the same accent as who are they speaking with. Okay, so that happens. If you're talking to a New Yorker, or if you're talking to a Southern, okay, you sometimes mimic how they talk. Okay, or you adapt to how they talk. Okay, so that's going to be, if you know how to do that, how it takes practice. Okay, it takes practice. But if you've been doing this a long time, you'd be able to notice that yourself. Yeah, you'd be able to notice that okay, so I'm talking to a Southern person. So how you talk is also, there's a bit of a slur when you talk. If I'm talking to a New Yorker, then I need to sometimes you adapt to the rate of their speech. Like what I said, they talk fast. Okay, so right now, again, what we're teaching here is for you to be able to speak the language first. Okay, you can do that in the future. Okay, once you've already adapted to it. Okay, you will be able to do that, especially if what you're going to what you're going to it depends on the product that you're speaking about or talking about, or what you're going to say to your clients or to your customers. You would already know what you're going to say next. It will only be hard on the first time, okay, on the first few months probably. But if you already know what you're going to say, what's going to happen next, you already have that idea what's the next question would be. It will be easy. I promise it will be easy. Okay, of course, on the first few days, even weeks and months, it's going to be a bit hard. But once you get to do this every day, it will get easy. I promise you that. Okay. Again, going back or continuing rate guidelines. Studies show speech rate alters depending on the speaker's culture, geographical location, subject matter, gender, emotional state, fluency, profession, or audience. Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier. It depends on who you're speaking with. Sometimes you already adapt on how they talk and you mimic it. You're actually, sometimes you're not aware that you're already mimicking how they talk. Okay, but again, this will happen where you already know what you're going to say once you already have that practice. Okay, next, why change your speech rate? Question is, why change your speech rate? As customer care representatives, you need to be flexible. Even your rate of speech may vary. Changing your rate of speech means you are adjusting to the rate of speech of your caller. Okay. When your caller tells you, I'm quite in a hurry. Okay. My patient is here. Okay. Or I'm going out in 10 minutes. So I would need to talk. I would need to speak with you real fast. Okay. So if that is the case, of course, you also have to adjust to how they want it. Okay. You can, of course, make it fast as well. You cannot talk slow because they might um, of course they might get mad because they already told you that they are in a hurry. Okay, sometimes they will tell you, make it fast please. Okay, next, your caller takes note of the information you provide. If that is the case, of course, you have to at least talk slowly, not really that slow, maybe in an average, because when they're taking notes, they're not doing it by word. Okay, they're just jotting down some of the points or some of the things that you are trying to say, the important things. But of course, it will really be important when your caller is an elderly. I've already talked to an elderly person before um, when I was an agent for a sales account. You know, the usual 15-minute call would last 30 minutes because you really have to explain stuff. Okay, you really have to explain to the elderly, and sometimes you have to repeat yourself twice, thrice. Okay, because they don't understand. Again, um, your rate of speech depends on the person that you're speaking with. As you know, the time goes by, when you've already mastered how you're going to do this, it it will be easy for you. Okay. Next, pitch. In speech, this is the relative highness or lowness of a tone as perceived by the ear, which depends on the number of vibrations per second produced by the vocal cords. Pitch is this the main acoustic sorry, pitch is the main acoustic correlate of tone and intonation. Okay? So the example that we have below, how are you today? See there? It compared to how are you today. I hope you hear the difference. Okay. So okay, of course, when you're asking this, okay, when you're asking this, it should be in a tone that, you know, you're really sincere. That you are asking how they are today, before you continue with whatever transaction that you're going to talk about, right? So how are you today? Okay. You don't say, how are you today? Because it's part of your spiel, right? You don't do that. Again, first impression last. Okay, especially if this is the first time that you're talking to that person, if this is the first time that you are calling that person. If it's a, you know, an inbound call, then it's okay. Not okay, but it's you really have to show. Okay, you really have to show that you are okay. So you really have to show that you are there to assist them. Okay. Sorry, let me just make it big. Phone courtesies. Okay. Always make the caller feel welcome. Is what I'm saying. That you're willing to help. Show enthusiasm each time you answer the call. Use friendly phrases as part of your greeting. Remember to smile as you take the call. I know that Mary has already provided, given advice that place a mirror in front of you so that you can see yourself. Especially when you're greeting a person. When you greet a person, do you frown? Of course, you don't frown, right? When you greet a person, you smile. So make sure that when you're greeting your caller for the first time, you smile. Okay, because when you smile, it also shows uh, with the projection of your voice. Okay, like what I said, when you say, thank you for calling. My name is Lynette. How can I help you today? You put that smile in your face. Okay? Because if you don't smile, it also projects. Okay. Let me Let me do it with smiling and let me do it without smiling. Okay. Thank you for calling. This is Lynette. How can I help you today? Versus without smiling. Thank you for calling. This is Lynette. How can I help you today? There is really a difference, guys. Okay. I know maybe probably you would think that you look like, especially for those who are, first time doing this, you're too conscious of your surroundings. Or probably because this is the first time that you're doing this at home, you're conscious about the people at home looking at you because you're smiling. Don't worry about them and don't be conscious about the people around you. What should be important is the color, because it is our job to speak with them, to talk to them. Okay? And if you're too conscious of your surroundings, you won't be able to assist your caller, or you won't be able to answer what needs to be answered with, you know, um, with 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 your caller, right? You won't be able to focus on what they're saying, right? Okay. So there, opening the call. Okay, answer the phone professionally using the four courtesies. Greet the caller, state your organization, introduce yourself, and offer your help, like my sample earlier. Okay. Of course, I didn't state the organization there, but let us just say, thank you for calling ABC Company. My name is Lynette. How can I help you today? Okay. So there. And make sure that when you use, of course, I'm not sure if you can use, no names, you can change names, but if you are going to change names, make sure that the name that you have chosen is something that you can pronounce clearly. Okay, don't pick names that are too hard for you to say as well. Also, make sure that you know, or you drill to your mind that this is your name if you are going to change your name. All right, because sometimes what happen is, if you change your name, okay, sometimes you forget that that is your name, so they've been calling you, or the other person that have been that you're speaking with is saying, so Susan, so how am I going to do this? You might think that they're not talking to you. Okay, so make sure that if you are using a name, okay, that you respond to it. Okay, because you might not respond to it, because that happens. And what's important is, if you are going to change how you introduce yourself, make sure that you really can state the name clearly. All right? Just one advice. Because I've heard some people using names because they think that it's pretty cool to use, let's say, Casofia, but they cannot pronounce it clearly. Okay, so just stick to the regular names. Mark, John, Rose, Mary. My name before was Nicole, because it's easy. Plus, I don't have to spell it. I don't have to spell it to the caller, because sometimes they get your name, they write it down. So I don't have to I don't have to spell it out anymore. No, you use, when you pick a name, make sure that the name is something that's easy to spell out, that you don't have to spell it out. Okay, so there. Now, this is just our spiel, but you may go ahead and practice your own. Okay, I know that Marose have, or Mary has, have given you your own spiels. All right. Next is placing a call on hold. When you are placing a call on hold, you have to ask permission before placing a customer on hold. And remember what I said yesterday, that you have to give a time frame. You don't say that, can I place you on hold for a moment? And make sure that when you say that, make you know you say it correctly. May I place you on hold? Because sometimes, because you're too nervous, you would say, "May I hold you?" That happens. Mind you, that happens. I've already heard a lot of, especially in nesting and go live when they're already doing those calls. When they're placing the caller on hold, they say, "May I hold you?" Your customer might laugh and ask you where. Okay. Again, give the time frame, explain the reason of the hold. Okay. You don't just, "May I place you on hold 2 minutes?" Okay. You always say to them why. Okay. "I just need to check my system here. Um, and make sure that I have the correct information before I give it to you." Something like that. Okay. If the caller agrees, of course, you have to thank them. Okay. Acknowledge. Okay. And explain that you will, if, for example, they don't want to be placed on hold, because that happens as well. They don't want to be placed on hold because probably there's a system glitch wherein when they were placed on hold, they get disconnected. So that happens wherein they say, would you mind if you don't? I don't like you to place me on hold because the last person that did that, I got disconnected and I have to call again." Okay. So if that is the case, then you go ahead and acknowledge, "Oh, I apologize for that. Oh, I'm sorry for that inconvenience. Okay. I will not be placing you on hold, but I'll be working here quietly. From time to time, I'll be speaking or talking, but I'll just be here on the background." Okay. So you can do that. Okay. So as we all know, a lengthy hold is not pleasant. So if you need more time, you have to return to the call. Okay. Remember, or I don't know if you have experienced that wherein you call customer service, let's say in Globe or in PLDT or in Smart, wherein or sometimes in a bank when you call the bank, that you are being placed on hold for a long time before they get back to you. It's frustrating. Same thing with them. Okay, so make sure that if you are going to place them on hold and you need more time, go ahead and go back and tell them. Okay, let's say do an example. "Hi Susan, I apologize, but I need more time. I'm still researching this for you. I'm going to place you on hold again for another 2 to 3 minutes. Would that be okay?" Okay, so see how I did it? Okay, so that's how you do it as well. Okay, of course, when you are saying those lines, make sure that your tone, so that you can convey the meaning of what you want to do. Okay? Because if you just state it in a monotonous tone, they might not understand. Okay? All right. Thank the caller for staying on the line. Okay, when you go back, provide information that is directly related to the caller's needs. Avoid jargon. Okay, jargons are words or letters that only you understand. Okay, an example of which, let's say that a jargon, let's say JIT. This information is needed. JIT. This information is needed. What does JIT mean? But because let's say that you know it because in your area that's what is used. JIT means just in time. Okay, so of course your callers won't be able to understand jargons as well. So don't state or don't avoid jargons. Okay? Answer the caller's question with a direct and clear response. Tell the caller what happened, why it happened, and what to expect next. Okay, so that's how you do it. You go to that. You do that process, the step by step. What happened, especially if there's a problem, what happened, why it happened, and what to expect next. Because sometimes what happens is if you don't state that and just provide a resolution, your caller will just ask you, "So what happened? Why did that happen? So what are you doing about it? I don't want this to happen again." So to avoid those questions and for the caller not to be frustrated, you can go ahead and explain it already. what happened, why it happened, and what to expect next. Okay. Now, next, call transfers. I'm not sure if you will be transferring calls, but issues requiring the call to be transferred would be, of course, you have to explain why it needs to be transferred. Sometimes what happens is it's not really for your department, so it needs to be transferred to another one. Okay. Probably you are for checking if they are your customer service, but you're only checking for, let's say, um, if they are eligible for a product, well, like part of sales, like that. Um, but if it's going to be sales and they are not a member yet, you have to transfer them to a different department. Things like that. So you have to explain why you're going to transfer them and set expectations. Then, of course, you can go ahead and transfer the call. Kinds of transfers, you have the cold and warm transfer. When you say cold transfer, a phone call that comes in without any warning or explanation from the person who transferred the call. Okay. So, like you can cold transfer if, for example, you were advised that you can do that. Okay, meaning you just transfer them to another department. If it's a warm transfer, you introduce them to each other. Um, Again, for the newbies, your warm transfer is that when you call the next department, you talk to the representative and you introduce the caller. Okay, this is for you to be able to already provide the information, especially if the person is already frustrated. Okay, if the caller is already frustrated, um, almost always when you transfer, it should be a warm transfer. Okay. Next is concluding the conversation. Do not miss to offer further assistance. Thank the caller. Okay, let the caller know you appreciate his or her business. Provide assurance that any promises will be fulfilled, especially if you said that, let me go ahead and research that. I'm going to give you a call back because 2 to 3 minutes won't be enough if I'm going to place you on hold. So, for me to not take too much of your time, would it be okay if I give you a call back? Okay, so if that is the case, then if they say, okay, go ahead and call me back. So make sure that you fulfill that promise. Leave the caller with a positive feeling. Even if, for example, you are not able to provide a resolution, give them a positive feeling that you are there to help and give them a time frame of when you will be calling them back because they will expect that. If you are not able to call back on that time, they would call the organization once again, and most probably they would um, they would ask for a supervisor and tell your name, saying that you promised a call back, but you didn't. Okay, so if you promise something, go ahead and fulfill it. Okay, one more thing, always let the customer hang up first. This is simply courtesy. Plus, it gives the caller a final chance to add something if they need to. Okay, when they say, especially if you say that, would there be anything else that I can help you with? If they say no, that's it. So let them hang up first. Okay? Because sometimes, if you hang up already and then say, it would leave them hanging because they already have you on the line. And because you hang up the phone right away, so they don't have that chance to ask another question. Okay? Again, what we're doing is giving them or helping them out. Okay, if they are calling us, and especially if you are calling them as well. Okay, you are leaving them with a positive experience. Okay, with you. And one of the things that you also have to remember is that it's not really you that they're speaking with. You represent your organization. So if you represent your organization, you have to be courteous. You have to show courteousness to them. You have to show that courtesy to them. Okay? Again, because you are representing the organization. They might say that this ABC company, this associate that I spoke to, hung up. She was not able to listen to me. Okay, so they really don't know you personally. So make sure that when you speak with your callers, that you are representing your company clearly, properly, and professionally. Okay, concluding the conversation. Example: is there anything else? Like what I said, it's a pleasure assisting you. I hope I was able to provide you with delightful customer service, or we appreciate your partnership with us. Okay, so there. So when you again, you have to, it's really important that you leave a positive note with all of the customers that you're going to speak with. Okay. The next topic that we have is listening skills. Listening skills. What is the difference between hearing and listening? What is passive and active listening? Why do we have to listen? Okay, it's really important because that's one of the things that sometimes we forget when we're already doing this, especially for, let's say, a month, 2 months, or 3 months. You're so used to the questions that they ask, you're so used to the problems that they have, that you assume that's what they are trying to say. Okay, callers have different concerns, so you have to listen well. Okay, you don't assume. Okay. Hearing versus listening. What is the difference? Hearing is the special sense by which noises and tone are received as stimuli. Listening includes interpreting or processing sounds received by the ear. You can hear something without choosing to listen, which is really, this is true. This is true. Really. Okay. Even at home, right? You can hear your child talking. You're just saying, uh huh, yes, that's right. But you're not really listening to them anymore. That what they're saying is that they want something, but you're no longer listening because that it, I'm guilty of this. When my son is telling me something, looking asking me to look at the YouTube video that he's watching, but I'm no longer listening. I'm just saying, ah, that's nice, yes, right. Then sometimes I can see him pouting because what he's saying is actually different. He's trying to show me that, or he's trying to ask me why that person is like this, or why this happened to this person on the video. But because I'm not listening, I was not able to answer him correctly. He's pouting because I was not really able to answer his questions. Okay, see what I'm telling you guys? Okay, so same thing with customer service. Okay, because sometimes you're so used to what they're saying or what's happening already every day that you assume that what the caller is saying is going to be the same thing. All right, so make sure that you listen. Active listening. Okay, an essential skill in the act of mindfully hearing and attempting to comprehend the meaning of words spoken by another in a conversation or speech. It may also mean you listen more than you talk, and that you also listen with limited barriers, with encouragement, with sensitivity. Okay, when you do active listening, of course, you let your caller talk. Okay, you let them talk and do not butt in when they're talking. Okay, when they're talking, let them talk. Make sure that you understand what they're saying. Okay, because there are people or there are customers who beat around the bush and tell you a lot of things, okay, before they go ahead and say what they need. An example of which is some customers would tell you what happened first. I went to the store and I looked at this blouse, I looked at a shirt, I looked at a pants, and I went to, however, I changed the pants because I don't like the color. I also went to get some shoes. I went to the counter and I bought this stuff. Um, then I went home. I went back to the store because I want to exchange for another stuff. Things like that. But what their issue is, they were overcharged in their credit card. Okay, so sometimes that happens because it depends on the caller. So if that is the case, especially if the caller is already frustrated because they've been, there are people who are like that. So you have to be patient with them. Okay, let them talk. Sometimes you can go ahead and point out, okay, so may I know what is the problem? You can ask that. Okay, and sometimes they still talk and talk because they want to, because their trail of thoughts is that they want to tell you first what happened. But what they wanted to really ask is regarding their credit card charge. Okay? I hope you understand what I'm saying. Okay? So that happens as well. You have to just, sometimes you have to ask questions so that they can go to the point. Okay? But sometimes when you do that, they get frustrated because there are people who like to tell the story first. Okay? Just give me a second. So one of the things that you have to do is really be patient. That happens. I tell you, that happens really. And if you butt in, or if you talk while they're talking, they get frustrated. Right? So the purpose and effects of active listening. Listening for information. Quickly draw out important or relevant information. Like what I said, sometimes they really tell the story first, okay, before they get to the point. Listening for comprehension, analyzing and evaluating to provide a resolution to one's concern. Okay, the third one is listening for emotion or state of mind. Put individuals at ease through empathy and create rapport even in difficult or imbalanced situations. Okay, four stages of active listening. First is attending, focusing. Pay total attention to what is being said, hearing what is said behind the words. Because sometimes they don't really state it. Okay, they don't really say what they want to say, but it's in between. You have to read between the lines is what I'm saying here. Knowing where to focus one's listening attention and feeling at ease doing so. Engaging with the speaker without interrupting their flow. Picking up verbal and nonverbal cues and knowing what to do with them. Okay, so same thing with how you do it. If you put emotion to your words, okay, sometimes they don't say that they're frustrated, but you can hear it in the tone of their voice. There's already um, when they talk, sometimes it's a bit higher in pitch already, and you can already hear that they're already on the verge of being mad or angry, but they're just telling you, they're just being professional as well, speaking with you. However, they already sound frustrated. So you have to pick that nonverbal cues as well. Okay. Second, verifying, reflecting back to affirm the speaker and ensure they feel understood. Okay. When you show or when you utter empathy words, I understand. Do you really understand? Make sure that you do understand. Okay. Mirror and summarize the details that you just received from the customer. You can ask them, okay, so what I'm hearing from you is that you're having problems with the charges of your account. Okay, so you have to verify, you have to check with them that you understand, you really do understand. Probing. Number four is probing. Get more information based on what was initially given by the customer. Okay, you have to probe. Like what I said, sometimes they cannot or they aren't able to really explain what they need. So they need help from you as well because they cannot say what the problem is. Maybe they don't know what the term is. So you have to ask them. You have to probe. Same thing when you have kids or when you're talking to um, probably a grade school to get that answer. Okay. Next is responding. Of course, you have to respond. Provide feedback to the customer. Respond appropriately to the customer. And your ability to use empathy or sympathy statements and rapport. Okay? Kasha pa ba yan? I'm sorry, guys. Because I'm talking to my son. Sorry, I'm not on mute. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, thank you for waiting for me. Sorry, I'm talking to my son. All right. Barriers to active listening. Let's continue. Barriers to active listening. External barriers, distraction outside of oneself. Of course, the noise, multitasking, chatter in the aisle or in the side. Okay, like what my son is doing right now, speaking with me. I'm sorry about that. So again, so that's barriers to or distraction to active listening, especially if you're already speaking with someone, you're already talking to your customer. Your background noise. Okay, if you are typing, you really have to know how to do that, multitask, and of course, like what is stated here, chatter in the background. Okay, internal barriers or distraction inside one's mind. This happens as well. Okay, barriers to active listening is thinking about other things. Okay, maybe you're thinking about the rice that you are cooking, so you cannot listen to the other person that you're speaking with because you're thinking about if your rice is already cooked or not. Okay, thinking of one's response. Yeah, you're already thinking of what you're going to respond to your caller. Okay, because you're translating it. You know the answer in Tagalog in your mind, and you're translating it in your mind as well in English. And this is what you're going to say. So it also is a barrier. Next is assumptions made, prejudices, judgments. Okay, because if you're already assuming what the caller is saying, okay, it's also a barrier to active listening. Remember, you have to read between the lines, right? certain attitudes, personality traits. Okay, that affects as well because you don't want to talk to the person anymore. Okay, so sometimes that happens. Probably because you're already tired. Okay, you don't have that ability to listen anymore. That's why you have to make sure that you have that proper posture. Okay, from time to time, you lean back to your chair. Okay, so you have to do that. Take care of yourself so that you don't have that barrier to active listening. How to develop listening skills. Prepare yourself to listen and make it a conscious choice. This is really true. Even if you're speaking with, not only this doesn't apply to customer service, this also applies to people at home. Okay, this also applies to people that you are close with. Okay, it's a conscious choice to listen to them. Work on concentration and make it a habit. Don't get distracted. If you already know how to multitask, then well and good. Good for you. But for you to be able to develop that listening skill, you have to focus. Third, listen for keywords, things that they cannot say. So the keywords, especially when they already say frustrated, meaning they are really frustrated. Okay. Fourth, take notes. Take notes so that you won't forget when you recap. Okay, when you recap with your caller, with their concern, that you were not able to miss anything out. Okay? Managing customer perceptions. What kind of impression would you have on the following statements? Let's see. I'm sorry I didn't call you back. My boss had us in another meeting that lasted all morning. If you hear this to your um to your let's say you are the one calling and you are the customer and you hear this, what do you think would make you feel? Let's see, let me call on someone and see what do you think this would make you feel. Let's call on Gail Marie Belen.
Hi, Coach. Morning.
Hi, good morning. The first statement, if for example you hear that, would how would you feel?
For me, I will feel a little bit frustrated, but because uh, as a customer or as a caller, I don't want to hear this from a customer rep because uh, she didn't have to tell me what what she and his boss did all did in a meeting or why it lasted all morning. So I want to listen from her that she is still willing to help me even even she had a morning that lasted or she had a meeting that lasted all morning.
Exactly. Exactly. Because you would feel that you're not important, right?
Yes, coach.
All right. So there. So, you would feel that if you see that, yeah, the customer representative apologized, but you have another statement that stated, my boss had us in another meeting. So, am I not important? I have a concern with your product, right? I have a concern with something with your organization. And you had a meeting and you have the audacity to tell me that you're sorry and tell me that you had a meeting before looking up my concern. Okay. You don't have to state that. Okay? You don't have to state the reason, okay, because this is a negative impact. You don't have to state that reason that your boss had you in another meeting. Okay. Next, I hope this will I hope this will solve your problem. Let's see. Jovi Pilonko, why would you feel if this was stated to you, Jovi? I hope this will solve your problem.
Hoping that it will solve or chances address my concern.
If this was stated to you, I hope this will solve your problem.
Yes, but
Okay.
I want explanation how to solve that problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you. But it can be on a different context as well. Let me explain to you. If you say this, I hope this will solve your problem. It's not really courteous at all. It feels negative for me. Why? Why, Lynette? Why do you think that is negative for you? Because it seems like you're telling me that you don't want to talk to me anymore and just telling me that I hope this will solve your problem. Again, it depends on how it is stated. Probably you can say it in this, if I am a customer service representative, if I stated this, um, I hope this will solve your problem, and probably or for the next time, or probably the next time, what we can do is make sure that, because if you just stated I hope this will solve your problem, it's so blunt. There's no courtesy at all. There's no courteousness at all for me. Okay, it's like I don't want to talk to you anymore. I hope this will solve your problem. Okay, so there is this feeling of not um y- feeling of like you don't want to assist me anymore. Okay. Third, let's see. I don't understand why customer service didn't help you. Let's see here. Laika Carino, what would you feel if this was stated to you, or if you hear this statement? Laika or Leika Carino, I don't understand why customer service didn't help you.
Like a mom.
Laika.
Yes.
So if you heard this, or if you this was stated, or yeah, this was, you were informed like this, I don't understand why customer service didn't help you.
First
What
of
would you
all,
feel?
I feel maybe um, confused why he asked or he or she asked, because first of all, um, he he should know about my problem, not to talk about why other customer representatives. Maybe he or she is concerned about my problem, but I think there is not no need to ask for any reason why other customer representative didn't um, respond to my problem.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Jenny Ibuyan, you raised your hand.
Hi, Coach. Good morning.
Hi.
It seems to me that that caller is blaming other representative or other department and doesn't want my concerns to be entertained.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, we don't do we do not blame other customer service in our area or other representative in our area. Remember, we are representing the organization. So you do not blame the other representative. You may say, in this situation, you may say, I apologize that the other representative was not able to provide resolution, but let me go ahead and help you. But don't put blame. You apologize for it. Yes, it's not your problem. But because you're representing the same organization, then you need to acknowledge that. Okay? And then go ahead and turn it to a good call that you are there willing to help. Okay? Let the callers feel you are confident. Capture the attention of the caller through a response that promotes a sense of assurance and confidence that you have the ability to handle the concern. Instead of telling a customer what you can't do, tell them what you can do. That is correct. We do not use negative scripting. Use positive scripting. You make it into a positive. You tell them what you can do. If, for example, let's say the credit card information. Okay, let's say that I apologize that you were charged that way, but what I'm going to do. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to research, okay, further on what happened. Okay, I assure you that I'll call you back. Okay, I just need to verify the information that I'm seeing here in my tools. Okay, be that confident that you are willing to assist. Yes, you don't know the answer yet. Yes, you don't know why there's a charge. Probably because you can tell them probably because you bought something. That's why you have a charge. Okay, but instead of saying that, okay, because you are trying to help them because they're frustrated that there's an extra charge, you're going to research, or you can go ahead and ask them. Okay, do you remember where you went, what store you went? Because I see a charge here for this amount. Did you go to this? Sometimes you have to do that. Okay, so you can probe. You can ask them questions so that you can get to the point, or you can find the resolution together. That happens as well. Okay. Here, instead of positive scripting, this is what I say that I was telling you about. As much as I would like to help you, instead of saying that, here's what I can do. Okay, I can't do that. It's out of my scope. Here's what I can do. Let me go ahead and connect you over to this department so that they can further assist you. Okay. Next, you have to. Don't command them. Okay. Don't command them. Tell them if they need to submit something, please submit or kindly provide us. Do not, instead of saying, I don't know. Okay, because those are negative. It is a negative response. I don't know. Let me research that for you. Okay, this is just a sample. After a caller asks questions, let's say benefits, claims, or credit card information, you just say okay, or one moment, please. Okay, you have to inform them, or you have to tell them. I know it's lengthy, but I'd be happy to get that information from you or for you. Okay, I'd be happy to provide the information for you. Okay, let me give you the external number in case the line gets disconnected. Yes, don't say that. It's negative. It's like you're going to purposely get them disconnected. What you can say instead, let me give you their contact number for future reference. See the difference there? It's positive. Because when you say, in case the line gets disconnected, like you're going to purposely disconnect the call so that they can call the next department directly. Okay? Instead of I'll try, you say I will. Okay, so those are some of the words, positive words that you can use. Again, because if you state negative phrases, it reflects as well on how you provide customer service. Okay? Do not state negative phrases. Make it as positive as you can. Yes, of course, there are times that you will utter the words, I don't know. But, you have to interject as well a positive sentence after that. I don't know, but let me go ahead and research, or let me go ahead and check on that. No, don't just leave them saying that I don't know, because that's really negative. Okay, so it's like telling the customer, so what am I going to do now? You're the organization. I have a problem with this. You have to fix this. Now that's where they really get frustrated. Okay? They will really get frustrated with that, because so what happens next? That's why they're calling, is because they need help. And if you say I don't know, that's negative. Right. So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say here. Being a customer service, again, it's always being positive because you want to help them. All right. I've been talking for an hour now. Do you have questions regarding that? What we've just discussed? Do you have questions regarding that? Okay. If you have questions, you may put it in the chat box. Okay. This is for me to not no ask a lot of, or ask all of you, and for you to talk all at the same time. You can go ahead and put it in the chat box so that we can answer it. Okay. All right. I'm just looking at my slides here. Okay, let's continue if there's no questions. Okay, content versus emotion. Content is the information, ideas, and opinions expressed in the conversation. It is the what in what is being said. Emotion is the feeling that lies behind the content. It is the how the communication is actually said. Why are we discussing this? Okay. If the caller is sarcastic from the start, so let's answer this. If the caller is sarcastic from the start, do not that happens. Yes, that happens. But um please do not respond in a sarcastic way as well. The only time that you can tell them that to stop with the attitude is if they're already stating bad words, or they're already cursing you. But of course, if they are sarcastic, you just, because they are calling the organization, please do not respond with the same tone that they have. You still need to be nice. Okay.
It's kind of challenging though.
It is challenging. I know it's going to be challenging. But what we are trying to do here is, because I'm always stating this, you are representing the organization. Okay. You're not, if it's just, if it's just a one-on-one talk with, the person that you're not representing an organization, then you can tell them, stop with the attitude. I will not assist you if you have that attitude, right? But you can't do that. You always have to be nice. That's one of you have. If there's a pill for patience, I'll take that every day. Right?
Send some, send
Say,
help.
exactly. That's right. You really have to be patient. Okay, whatever is the manner, the only time that you can tell them to stop saying things if they are already cursing you. Okay. All right. So that really happens. It's hard. I know that it's going to be hard, but no, there are ways. Okay, there are ways to um, Let them look stupid. There are ways, I tell you, there are ways. However, you cannot really tell that directly. Okay. So there are some, words that you make them realize that it's your fault. I mean, it's their fault, not you, but it's their fault why that happened to them. Okay. You're welcome. That happened to them. That happens, that's what I do before when I was in I was an agent when the caller is already telling me that I need this claim paid. I need this. Why is it not paid? Why is it like this? And then how I stated, let me go ahead and check on how you build it. Okay. Okay, I see here that you're not able to build it correctly. Were you able to build it with this? And then that's the time that they realized, oh, okay. So even if they're already, frustrated, they're already mad, they're already shouting, but when you have that composure, because you have to keep that cool, guys. You really have to keep that cool. You have to be composed. When you keep that composure, you will be able to make them realize that it's actually their fault and not yours. Okay, but you're still nice. Okay, you're not really telling them in front of their face that, well, it's your fault because you did not build it correctly. But how I did it was, okay, let me go ahead and check how you build it. Okay, showing here that you build it incorrectly because you were not able to put modifier. It's a jargon for you guys, but it's something that
I miss.
so you're not able to put a modifier. That's why it's not paid. So the caller would state, "Oh, didn't I put a modifier? No, you're not able to. I see here that you only build it this way. Would you be would you be kind enough so that we can process this? You would need to resubmit this." Okay, so even if they were frustrated in the first few hours because they were not paid, they were not, but because it was their fault, I was able to point that out without really telling her how stupid she is. No, again,
I
there
I
are
can
ways.
actually I think most of us here can relate that this is one of the things that I practice on TikTok, like when
Mhm.
someone's a bit rude, you just stay with the 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 content. You just stay focused on what you're trying to do, which is help them.
Exactly. Don't mind how they talk, how they, you know, what's just focus on what they need technically. Just focus there. Okay. I know that there are times wherein they're, how they say it, sarcastic, maybe because they're already frustrated. That's why they're sarcastic. The next to that would be um, they're already mad and they're going to ask for a supervisor. Sometimes they will sue you, they will tell you things, if it's a professional, they will not utter curses or they will not curse at you. But with professional, they will take it to the next level because you cannot help them. And you don't want that to happen. Yeah, as much as possible, you want to resolve the issue you know, within the call itself. You don't want it to escalate to something to somebody else, right? So again, be patient. Really, patient is gold. Okay, emotional hot buttons. Sometimes something a person says triggers an emotional response in us. Many times due to a past experience. In order to minimize the response, try some of these techniques. Listen attentively without interrupting. Again, because when you interrupt, they get frustrated with that. Let them talk, let them finish first. But if it's already taking them, let's say they've been talking for 30 minutes, well, of course, if 5 minutes, they should be able to provide you the information ready that they want, what they want. But if it's past 5 minutes and they haven't gotten straight to the point, you lead them to what you can go ahead and interject. Okay. Make a conscious choice about your response. Okay, like my example earlier where I told you with my child, right? I'm saying, uh-huh, uh-huh, yes, that's nice. But what he's trying to tell me is something else. Okay. So make sure that your responses are appropriate to what they're saying. Acknowledge the other person's feelings. Okay, this is important, especially if they really are frustrated. You can feel it in the tone of their voice. Okay. Ask objective questions for clarification. Okay. Um, Again, when you acknowledge their feelings, make sure that you really acknowledge it. That it comes from you. It's not just a spiel. Okay, because that happens. Like my example before, the caller is stating that I'm a bit under the weather, and you would respond, "Oh, that's good to hear," because you're so used to saying that's good to hear. Okay, so that's why you have to be careful with that. You don't say that's good to hear. You have to listen to what he just or the person just stated, that they're under the weather, so they're sick. So your response should be, "Oh, that's too bad. I hope you feel better soon." Okay. Calls for different type of callers. You know this: the irate, the swearing, callers with a foreign accent, confused caller, talker, and rambler. Okay, irate caller on set, they're already mad. Okay, how you're going to assist them if they're mad? Okay, again, you have to talk slowly and do not match that they are irate or that they're mad. Do not match their tone. Okay, don't be perky as well. If the caller is irate, he don't be perky. "Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, okay." They would be more. They'd be more irate. Okay, if you're too perky and they're already irate because they're calling because they'll definitely they're calling because they have issues, they have problems. Okay, so don't be too perky. So how your tone should be when it's an irate caller. Okay, businesslike, professional. Okay, you can be a professional tone. You can use a professional tone with them. Okay, you can tell them that, okay, for me to be able to assist you, I would need to understand what's happening. How can I help you? You put that stress on how can I help you, so that they would know that you are there to help them. Don't say it like they are rate. Um, um, sir, you have to. Okay. Uh, please, please explain. I can help you. Please explain. If you sound like that, they won't want to talk to you anymore. They would ask for a supervisor. Take hold of the call. They're calling you because they need help. So you remind them that. Okay, I know you're frustrated. You can tell them that because let's say that they've been random because they're irate, right? I know you're frustrated, but I cannot understand what the problem is. For me to be able to understand, okay, can you please tell me what's wrong? How can I help you? See the difference? You have that control. You take the reins. You have to take control, especially if the caller is irate. The swearing customer. If they are swearing, tell them, if no, I'm not sure in with what's the process, but in our process, 3 times. If you've already given them warning for 3 times, you can disconnect the call. If the provider, if the caller or your customer is swearing a lot, you tell them, please don't curse or please don't swear. I won't be able to assist you if you swear. Okay. Um, Second time around, they tell you the F word. No. Sometimes it's just an expression, guys. If it doesn't say, if they didn't say F you, no, sometimes it's just part of their expression. Okay, they're not really swearing at you. They're swearing at the situation. Okay, so that's kind of they can kind of get away with that because they're frustrated. But you inform them, please, please stop swearing, okay? Because I am offended. I know that it's not directed at me. I know that it's not directed. It's directed at the situation. But please, kindly stop swearing. Then, if they still swear, you tell them, I'll be forced to disconnect the call and not assist you if you keep swearing. You can do that. Okay. Callers with a foreign accent. Okay. So don't be mad at these people, especially if you're speaking with Indians or with Chinese. It's the same thing. It's the same situation with an American speaking with you and they cannot understand you. Okay. So if they are, if it has a foreign accent, you just be patient. You need to be patient with them. Okay. The confused caller. This is people who don't know what the problem is. Okay. So you have to lead it to what they're trying to say. You have to read in between the lines of what they're saying. Then the talker or the rambler. These are people who just love talking about something else, even if they've already provided you the information, they don't want to be placed on hold. They just want to talk to you. You will receive callers who are like this. Probably because they're by themselves at home, and they don't have somebody to talk with. They were able to get a hold of you. So they just talk and talk and talk and talk. Again, patience. Okay.
But you still haven't mentioned where to buy the patient's pills. Ate, I'm waiting.
If there
Oh,
is one, why not, right? We need
yes.
it.
Please share. Thank you.
If there is one, why not? I hope there is. Okay, so continuing, if in case that you have, diffusing colors emotion, these are some of the things that you can tell them for you to diffuse colors emotion. You can say, I apologize for the inconvenience. I'd like to do my best to help. Okay, I am here to help you. I promise that we will resolve this issue. Okay, I completely understand. If that happened to me, I'd feel the same too. Yeah, you can say that. It's perfectly understandable that you feel that way about what has happened. These are, empathy statements. We don't like to see our customers inconvenience. We always strive to create a positive customer service or experience. For the confused caller, can we restate the details to confirm that we understood? Yes, definitely, especially for the confused caller. Because sometimes they don't know, they don't know, they know that there's a problem. Yeah, they know that, but they don't know how to pinpoint. Okay, so of course you can repeat. Okay, of course you can tell them. That's correct. Patience can only stretch too much, so fill yourself the good energy that you lost every after work. That's right. It's up to you. It's also a choice. It's up to you. Again, every call, it's just every call that you will receive, even if it's irate or it's a frustrating call. Um, leave that behind. Okay, because that call is just on that call. The next person is a different person. Okay. Don't feel too bad if, for example, you were not able to assist every time, or sometimes the caller gets frustrated with you. We have to move on. Okay, we have to move on that call. I know that's happening, but it would just be, just think of it this way. It's a lesson learned for us. Okay, if for example that happened, go ahead and think of, okay, why the caller got frustrated with me? What did I do wrong? Maybe because of what you said. That's why they get frustrated. Maybe because they're not really frustrated with you, but with the process. Okay, so it's not your fault. If it's something that you can change for yourself, then go ahead and change it for the next call so that it will not happen again. Okay. All right. So let's just continue the diffusing the colors emotion. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Next slide. Please let me see what I can do to help resolve the issue. Okay. Let me find out what I can do to make it up to you. I understand where you are coming from. Rest assured, I will look into what happened and do my best to assist you. We always appreciate customers who take the time to give us their feedback. I'll pass what you've said on to our management team. Okay? Always keep a clear head and one's objectives in mind. Okay? Always remember that. Okay? So those are, some of the things that you just have to remember. Again, there are a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of, but you just make sure that you adapt to it and you try to practice it. Because again, every customer is different. Yes, there are times wherein it's all the same and you assume, but listen to them, listen to what they're saying. It's important. Because that happens we're so used to hearing their concerns, we're so used to what we're going to do the next, that we're not listening anymore to what they're saying. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're done with the customer service skills. Okay, let me just run through the US geography and culture real quick with you guys, just so that you know some of the things. Okay, this is just how many slides anyway. Okay, quick facts and culture portion of US. Capital of the US is Washington, D.C., District of Columbia. Seat of the government is here within Capitol Hill and the White House. Within the states, you have Virginia and Maryland. Okay, so these are the attractions. These are the, where you see on most of the movies. Okay, here, the White House, Washington Monument, Jefferson, Lincoln Memorial, JFK. There. The flag of the United States. The white signifies purity and innocence. The red signifies valor and bravery. Blue signifies vigilance, perseverance, and justice. Okay, so the government building, the Capitol Hill, the White House, Supreme Court building, next, statues and memorials, national parks, located in Washington, D.C. It honors the father of our country, general founding father, and the first president of the United States, George Washington. Okay. Sometimes, again, this is seen in some of the movies. And then you have Lincoln Memorial. The next is means of communication. Yes, in the States, they still use postal. Okay. They still use postal in the States. The postal system, you see their name, Miss Louise Clark, sample. Street address, 12 South Alaska Street, city, Tacoma, okay. Washington, zip 91038. Okay. Means of communication, you have the telephone system, country code, area code, and the phone number. Okay. If it's a toll free, you have the 800, 888. Okay, so there. So when they provide you the telephone system, they have that. They always provide the code, area code, and then the phone number. Okay, business world, the concept time is money is taken seriously in the US. Business culture, consistency is common among Americans. American business people are opportunistic and willing to take chances. Little attention is paid to ranks and titles. That's why, um, even if it's your boss, you don't call them boss. Here in the
True.
Philippines, yeah, you call them by their first name. They introduce themselves by their first name, even if they are the CEO of the company. You call them when they talk to you, and you can call them by their first name. They sometimes they get offended if you call them boss.
Or ma'am, they don't want to be called like
Yeah,
ma'am or sir. It's like
sir.
for, was it for like old people, they say?
Yeah.
And guys, you have to remember when you're talking to your client, you'd actually be calling them by your first name, not sir, ma'am.
Yep.
That's pretty much. And the time is money is also the same culture that we have here.
Yeah, we're already adapting it. It's because you know how it is before. Right now, because we have BPOs, the time, the time is money is already uh, it's already important. Before, even if you're late, in the usual company, even if you're late, you still get paid. But here, whatever time you log in, that's the time that you are getting paid. If for example you're late 5 minutes, then that's going to be deducted from your pay because you're late 5 minutes. Okay.
And in the freelancing world, most of them would have time
Mhm.
trackers. Time trackers, let's say you went to the Johnson for around 5 minutes, you won't be paid for that. So there's like literally no work, no pay.
That's right. Okay. So that is important because of course, like what I said, time is important to them. So 5 minutes is 5 minutes. So that's going to be deducted. All right. Numbers. You have your cardinal numbers. Express quantity like 235. Okay. Two agents were not present today. $1,333.13. They don't state it as $1,333.13. You can use cardinal numbers in saying that. $1,333.13. Yeah, this one takes practice, but once you get to know how you state this, they're used to this. Okay, sometimes they get confused if you say it like 1,333.13. Sometimes they get confused with that. If you stated it as $1,333.13, they get it. Okay. Ordinal numbers used in stating dates indicate order or rank, like first, second, third. For most ordinal numbers, the ending th is used with one or two exceptions for irregular numbers. Okay. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Okay. Your US holidays, New Year's Day, federal holidays, Martin Luther King, third Monday of January, President's Day, we celebrate it. Memorial Day, usually if it's a holiday, a federal holiday, I'm not sure with you guys, but usually in BPOs, there's no work. You have your Independence Day, which is 4th of July. Labor Day, their Labor Day is first Monday of September. So it's going to be Labor Day soon in the BPO world because it's the first Monday. So there's no work for fairly a lot of BPO if it's Labor Day, US, if they're handling US. Columbus Day, second Monday of October. Then you have the Veterans Day. Thanksgiving. Now this one, they're very big with this. Okay, that's why before, when it was not pandemic, you see a lot of call center agents, um, going to or having a vacation during Thanksgiving in the U.S. because there's no work for some call center or mostly, especially those who are handling a Monday to Friday shift in the call center industry. Then, of course, your Christmas Day. Now, one of the things that it is in, one of the things that you have to be careful of is not everybody are Christians. So when you greet them on this day, on the Christmas day, we greet them as happy holidays. We don't greet them as Merry Christmas. If they greet you as Merry Christmas, then you can go ahead and do that too. But if they're not greeting you or they're not saying anything, what you state is Happy Holidays. And you just say Happy Holidays. Then one of the things also that you have to learn are idioms because Americans are, they sometimes use idioms when they're talking. So you have to know what it means. Okay, idioms are generally a colloquial metaphor. Idioms are therefore not considered as part of the language, but rather a part of the culture. However, some idioms can be more universally used than others, and they can be easily translated. Metaphorical meaning can be more easily deduced. So there are Americans who say idioms in calls. So you have to understand or you have to know how to respond to those. When they say at a premium, meaning at a high price or at a relatively high price. When they say all in the same boat, face the same challenges together. Ballpark figure or ballpark or an estimate, a rough estimate or figure. Okay? To bite the bullet or bite the bullet, to make a difficult or painful decision, to take a difficult step. Bitter pill to swallow, bad news, something unpleasant to accept. Crunch time, a short period when there's high pressure to achieve a result. So you might hear some when they're saying idioms, so make sure that you also be ready for that. Okay. Geography, of course, we have the 50 states. If it's a regular class, what I do here is I let the class memorize it with the um, abbreviation of each. And then you have time zone. Okay, time zone. You have Hawaiian, Alaska, Pacific, Mountain, Central, Eastern, and of course, this is Manila time, just showing you the difference between the time zone. If it's 6 a.m. Manila, if it's Eastern, then it's 5. Okay, this is the standard time. If it's DST or daylight saving time, your 6 a.m., you just change it to PM and then going back. Okay. Who's on, not on mute? I don't know. I cannot see. Oh, Jenny. Okay. So your time zone, uh, well, you can Google it, but it's better if you know how to, especially if you're using Eastern. It's pretty easy because you just change the number. If it's standard, you just minus 1 hour. Change it to PM, then minus 1 hour. Same thing with Central, so on and so forth. And this is the map of where the time zone is. Pacific, sorry. Pacific, you have mountain, you have central, and you have eastern. This is incorrect. This is the old one. All right, so that's it actually for our um
Language and call
language
center
training.
training. Oh my
Yeah.
god, we made it for 1 week. We used to do this like for 2 weeks. My god. Ate,
Yes, yeah,
let's
I
let's
know.
challenge ourselves like for the next batch, let's do it in like 3 days.
Oh my god.